Вітаю! Вітаю вас на публічній дискусії.
Greetings at public discussion, education and war. My name is Lilia Drozdik. I'm now in Chernihiv Public School, secondary school. This is one of 7 schools that haven't been affected by the bombardments of Chernihiv city that lasted all time starting from February 24 until the beginning of April. This is one of 7 schools that haven't been affected. Other 25 schools have been affected, 2 schools totally destroyed. Today, together with Ukrainian and international educational leaders, representatives of public sector, representatives of embassies, donor organizations, teachers, parents, and opinion leaders, we are discussing topics that we are facing at the beginning of new education year. Within the scope of our event, we will have 3 panel discussions. First panel is education during the war, how to grow despite pain, how to look for growth points, and how to adopt international experience. Together with the speakers, we will try to find answers how world can unite again around Ukrainian educations. And on the next panel about the needs of the local cities, we will speak to the mayors of cities of Chernihiv, Zhytomyr, Trostyanets, and Lviv, cities that have been affected physically from the war, and those who became a temporary home for thousands of refugees who were fleeing from the war. Also, in the discussion will participate members of donor organizations to hear the expectations of the local authorities. Third panel is to listen and hear. We will answer the questions on how to provide access to the education to the children, notwithstanding to the security situation. And this topic was raised by Fund Safe and our event is broadcasted online and with simultaneous translation to English and Ukrainian.
Марічко.
Друзі, доброго дня. Тепер моя черга.
Dear friends, good day. My turn to greet you together with working with the speakers who are in various places around Ukraine and from different continents, and together with the participants who will speak on Zoom, with the representatives of donor organizations, representatives of educational background. Many of them will be speaking in English, and you can select your language of preference by pressing the globe button, and whether you want to listen a speaker in native language or with translation.
Today, not only as a TV host, but I will be moderating our today's discussion. I am a mother of three school children myself, and I still don't know in which format they're going together education in Ukraine just in 2 days, whether this will be offline learning, distant learning, or combination of different formats. But still, we understand that all Ukrainian parents, teachers, and school children have big challenges in the next years to come, how to revive our education, how to make sure that our kids, our children get the best education they deserve and they can in our country, because we have very smart children who deserve to get the education at home. And now I would like to introduce our speakers who will be joining our discussion today. This is Andreas Schleicher, Director of Education at the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development; Serhiy Babak, Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine Committee on Education, Science and Innovation; Lee Anderson, Minister of Education of Finland, she'll be joining us later; Uli N, Director of International Cooperation, Estonian Minister of Education and Research. Welcome. Anna Peron-Piedustad, Executive Director, European Weigerland Center; Oksana Nichiparenko, co-founder of Saved, director of NGO Go Global; Anna Novosad, co-founder of Saved, Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine 2019-2020. Welcome to our discussion to all speakers. Thank you for being with us today. And we would like to start with Serhiy Babak, Chairman of Верховної Ради Committee for Education. Пане Сергію, ви сьогодні будете нашим першим спікером.
Mr. Serhiy, you are our first speaker today. Please, the floor is yours.
I would like to mention that we have only 5 minutes for your speech, because we'll be having some questions and hope for a discussion, and also questions from our donors, from people who will be joining our stream on YouTube. So hopefully we'll have enough time for everybody to speak and answer questions. Пане Сергію, ваша черга бути першим.
Доброго дня, друзі.
Good day, friends, colleagues, guests. Big honor to be the first on such event. We all know that for 6 months we are facing full-scale invasion and aggression of Russian Federation against Ukraine, and we have 2 days until the next school year. And it's a big challenge for all teachers, for everyone in Ukraine, because our task is in the millionth time in the last 6 months is to prove the whole world that Ukrainian education system is not broken and our teachers are resilient. We've sustained a lot of losses. Only 2,405 educational schools were destroyed, and especially those schools that were under occupation in Kyiv, Chernihiv, Sumy, part of Kharkiv Oblast, and this is a great loss for our educational system. As a state, as power, we are now concentrated on two things: to restore those institutions that can be restored by September 1st, and here local authorities are doing everything possible and impossible to open them by that date. And we are preparing the shelters in all schools, because the threat of rocket attacks is imminent for all of the next school year. That's why safety of children is the priority. We're working on creating shelters. More than in 60% of the schools, shelters are being prepared to the extent they're able to provide. And some of the schools will be working offline. Some of the schools will be working partially online and offline. And we have huge amount of challenges. To be totally frank, there are number of very painful things that we cannot resolve to the full extent. First of all, it's to bring school books to all children by September 1st. This is the reality we face. All money that country has are now directed to the armed forces. This is the priority task for the country, for our victory is the ultimate goal. That's why we cannot print to the full extent all school books. We're trying to solve this issue with the help of international partners, but unfortunately, that's not also enough. The school books, this is the primary thing that a pupil needs, because when the child is at home, cannot attend school, and access to the school book, it's the first source of the knowledge for such a child. And that's what we're trying to solve as our primary goal. Issue number 2 is internet. We have all e-versions of the school books available, but internet is a must for the student to have access to those books. Not all schools are now capable to use all to the full extent the technologies of distance learning, and in cooperation with local authorities, we're doing all the best to provide this communication access to the schools. We're also working on the issues of providing personal gadgets, both to children and pupils, and so there are still challenges with providing personal gadgets for teachers, and these are things that we will request assistance from our international donors. The educational losses, for example, the occupation during Kyiv Oblast. I visited all schools in Bucha, Makariv, Irpin, Borodyanka districts. Every such school I visited in those districts. We have to say that all equipment that was bought for these institutions was either been destroyed, either been stolen, or this is we are on the 5th year of the reforms of our educational system. It's a painful that children were attending new classes, they were using new technologies, and on the 5th year, they're coming to the same school that I was graduating from at the end of 90s. And this is the huge impact on our reform. We see destruction of the libraries, a very important issue, together with the school books, and together with cooperation with Ministry of Education, we are channeling the reserves that on the books that we have from unaffected areas to the districts that were under occupations. Another issue is school buses. Number of them had been destroyed, either damaged, and now or used for moving IDPs or transferred to the armed forces. To understand the scale of the catastrophe, before the full-scale invasions, we had almost 7,500 buses that used to bring teachers, pupils, and disabled students to the educational facilities. Now we have less than 3,000 of them. We have schools to which pupil can be driven by school buses, like newly restored one. These are the amounts of the physical damages to our system. We also have other challenges that we have 3 categories of pupils. Children of IDPs, children at occupied territories, and children abroad. We're talking about 1 million of pupils. More than 600,000 children are now abroad. We are grateful to our partners countries for sheltering them, for giving them opportunity to use their school systems. But another challenge for us is not to lose connection to all those children. We will fight for every Ukrainian child, Ukrainian soul, and we will do all the best to work and to keep the connection with all those 3 connections of children, and for them to continue schooling according to Ukrainian educational programs. And last, colleagues, I dedicated a lot of part of my speech about the persistent matters. Yes, that's the reality we are facing and trying to solve in real time. But I want to say words of thanks to all teachers, to all school principals, to all the officers of Ministry of Education who stayed at their workplaces and did everything possible to restore their schools for the next, prepare them for the next school year. Because this is very important date for us. We want that on September 1st, Ukrainian schools to be filled with children's energy and children's presence. It's important for our system of education, and we will work 24/7 on any conditions to implement that, and that's how we will win on our part of the front. Thank you.
Пане Сергію, дуже вам дякуємо. Ми розуміємо, скільки
Mr.
проблем.
Sergey, thank you very much. We understand the amount of problems, and looks like we need help in everything. But if we want to select a priority where our partners, donors, colleagues, those who support us can help, and like focused issue, that what would you select? I would select 3 priority points. School books. School books is number 1. And access to e-versions of to the school books. I'm talking about personal gadgets, not only for children, but not for teachers, but also for children. But because, for example, a lot of IDPs lost everything, and when they moved abroad, they have no gadgets to study from. And number 3 is school buses. We have a lot of schools that are not being opened, and we need transport to bring children to schools. These are 3 priorities. Yes, we can talk about the amounts for the funding we need. We calculated them preliminarily. They are relatively not big sums, and the total amount would be about 8 billion hryvnia. It's not something. So but these funds. Having this funding would be critical for our educational systems. When you talk about help with printing school books, or we talk about printing them in Ukraine or abroad, it doesn't matter. We need printed school books for children to have access to education in any time, in any place they are, at home, in the shelter, in other city, or at the school. Mr. Sergey, thank you very much. We have to excuse you because you're moving to the parliament and you will participate in the voting for the law that please don't support the suggestion that will allow smoking in public places. Yeah, because for 10 years we are so used to no smoking zones. Yes, you will not feel. I bet that this amendment will not be passed. Sergey Babak, head of the Parliamentary Committee on Education, and
Education Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament, who has to return to the session for voting, which is taking place today at the Parliament. We say goodbye, and we now go to our next speaker, and there is Schleicher. Mr. Schleicher, I understand that Mr. Babak said a lot of things about terrible losses that we are having in our education in terms of finances, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of logistics. But you are the person who can, I think, measure best the losses that we're having in what is education for, in knowledge. Because I would like to mention to our audience, you are the person who oversees and who initiated this assessment program of assessment of international students known as PISA, and the first, I think, measured it in Ukraine a few years ago. How do you think that the war will affect those results in the future, and what would be this long-term effect on Ukrainian education? Now is the floor for your speech.
Thanks so much, first of all, for inviting me, and also my real admiration to the resilience that you show in Ukraine every day, also in education. The stories from Mr. Babik are really heartbreaking, but at the end of the day, motivation always wins over resources, and I really think the world can learn a lot from how you are handling this and how you assign priority to education. Obviously, the time that has been lost for Ukrainian students will show up in learning outcomes, in social emotional well-being, and what is very clear is that almost, a crisis almost always massively amplifies any pre-existing shortcomings in education. You see a rise in inequalities. Of course, there will be children who will find their way through this, who are well supported by the parents, who have their own resources, but the most disadvantaged children are going to suffer most. And unfortunately, children are always the most vulnerable ones. But let me also say one thing else. And, crises are often extraordinary, incubators of innovation. Real change is often born in deep crisis. And, that's why I think it's so important that you start this discussion on the future today. Think about how countries like Korea or Vietnam rose from the ashes after devastating wars. And both built their economic miracle on the back of the investment they made in education. They put education first, and they built, amazing success stories. Or think, how Estonia reinvented itself in education after independence, or the region of Fukushima in Japan after the nuclear disaster. So there, I think, are good examples for how this moment of deep crisis can actually be the catalyst for real change. And these countries didn't just build back better. They built forward very differently. They had a far-reaching vision of education transformation. And at the same time, of course, there is no guarantee for such transformation. You find a lot of countries that have remained stuck in crisis, and they never found a way out of a crisis. And even countries that successfully reformed sometimes took wrong turns. And I think there's a lot we can learn from this as well. If Korea would not have first built a cookie cutter kind of system in the 60s and 70s, very industrial, probably, it would have been advancing much, much faster. But let me sort of say two things to this, or three maybe. When you look at successful transformation in crisis, you see three things that they have in common. And the first thing is that leaders in those countries have convinced their citizens to value the future as much as the present. And the most difficult choices we all have in our societies is to find that right balance between current need and future needs. And, Chinese parents and grandparents will invest the last resources they have in the future of their country, which is the education of their children. In Europe, we already consumed the money of our children for our own consumption. And, after a war, that's going to be a very, very tough call. Will education be a real priority, not just in words, but in terms of resources? Mm-hmm. And a second factor is frontline capacity. Heavy industrial systems have the hardest time to transform their systems because they rely on large bureaucracies with many layers of government, administrative control, accountability, rather than professional forms of work organization. If you look at the systems that have, overcome crisis fastest, they really build a lot of frontline capacity. They encourage their teachers to be innovative, to improve their own performance, to improve the performance of their colleagues, to pursue professional development that leads to better practice, to help the most vulnerable children to recover. Now, the emphasis there is not to just look upwards in the system, but to build strong networks, networks among schools, networks among teachers. And again, Ukraine has some wonderful networks. If you think about Teach for Ukraine and others, I think those networks really are a big part of the future of education. And maybe let me add one more factor, and that's perhaps the most tricky one. To transform education, you don't just need a vision of what is possible, but also very smart strategies to make real change happen. The road of educational reform is littered with many good ideas that were poorly implemented. And the reason why it is often so hard to achieve real transformation is that, that's the interest, the beliefs, the motivation of people who are involved in education, parents and teachers included. You need to really enlist them on your course to build a first-class education systems. But, once again, from what I have seen in Ukraine, I think now there is a lot of momentum to really not, again, build back better, but build forward in a very different way. And from the OECD, count on us in every way. We can help you with this.
Mr. Schleicher, just before our panel discussion, I was interviewing our Ukraine's educational ombudsman talking about the new school year. And he said that Ukrainians are now sort of pioneers because we don't have any other role model, any other country that started a school year basically in a war zone. We don't have any example, any modern example to look up to how we should start our education. So do you think that somehow European countries or any other countries can benefit in the future from Ukrainian experience of starting a school year and proceeding with the education process under such terrible condition? And you mentioned about opportunities that sometimes are given during a wartime. So what do you think will be the best benefit for Ukraine's education under such circumstances?
Yeah, first of all, I think there are a number of countries that have gone, through terrible crises and wars, and some of them have been successful. But I do think there are very powerful lessons that we can learn from Ukraine. First of all, your struggle to find a new future at this moment of crisis. Not just to rebuild the infrastructure. Of course, the school books, the buses, they're all really important. But that you are discussing the long-term future, I think, is a powerful lesson for the rest of the world. I think that, and the world is really looking to this with great admiration. But also, you ask about the losses. And of course, students have lost time, they will have lost learning. But also think about, students learn different things. They learn to be more resilient. They learn to be innovative. Teachers in Ukraine at this moment are not just, great instructors, but they become also great coaches, great mentors, great facilitators. Schools can no longer solve their problems alone. Some, as you say, have been destroyed. They need to build networks. They need to collaborate. I do think this is all important energy that, I think many systems will need, not just Ukraine. And therefore, as difficult as the situation is, I do think if you put education first, you can build a new society. Your schools today is going to be your economy, your society tomorrow. There's no question about that.
As you said, many countries had to come through some crisis and to reinvent themselves and to reinvent the educational system. So considering their experience from what you know, what would you warn the Ukrainian educational system against from? What were their mistakes of the countries that had to reburn from ashes?
Yeah, of course, the first thought that we all have is, to rebuild the infrastructure and to go back to the education systems that existed in the past. And I do think there's a real danger in this because you will build a second best version of the past if you try to do that. And it starts with the school curriculum. One lesson that we have all learned during this crisis, how important is that we don't just teach math and science, but that we build strong democratic foundations, that we help young people to distinguish fact from opinion, that we learn the kind of new skills that are so important and also use the energy. I think also that, learning is not just a transactional business where we teach something, but it's a social, a relational process. And again, I hope that enough attention will be paid for this because there are some lessons from the past on this where these things were shortchanged with grave consequences. Now, what is very, very clear is that the children in Ukraine, will need a lot of social support that you shouldn't underestimate. Recovering from this crisis, the learning losses, great teaching can recover that quite quickly. But the social and emotional losses that children have experienced, it will take years. And I think in a moment when money is short, when time is short, when the pressure is high, those things are often too easily forgotten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schleicher. Now I would like to give the floor to Uli N from Estonian Ministry of Education. She's the Director of International Cooperation. We're very happy to have you here. So now the Zoom floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I hope I can be heard due to the technical side. Dear colleagues, I'm extremely happy to be with you and start with the best greetings from Estonia, a very small but we believe a powerful country who stands very strong with Ukraine in these terrible times. And many thanks for SAVE organization for this, we believe, a much needed initiative you have started today, and we're very happy to think along from Estonian experiences and perspectives as well. Maybe the several issues that come to my mind, also having listened to Sergei and Andreas in their interventions. And I would start with saying that at the moment where we are, if we look at from the Estonian perspective, Estonia has always built up its strategies for future, taking very careful considerations of our past. So another aspect in our strategy is that it is very important to keep the holistic approach. And in Estonia, the whole state, from the policies in the areas of foreign affairs to education, involving many other fields, contribute to the security of our country. Hence, I think it is fair to say that the war in Ukraine is strongly impacting us and is very much in our hearts and in our minds, but it has not really shifted what we have always considered important in terms of education development. We are, however, aiming to speed up the priorities, like transition to the Estonian language in preschools and formal education by 2030, on the light of the war, as one of our top priorities. And here we have a very strong political commitment to that in our country. At the same time, we also look at and see that education plays a key role to translate what's happening in society and being able to relate to that, to understand what is happening. And we believe it is really important that we emphasize on critical thinking, understanding history, understanding the different cultures, and foremost, visioning the common futures. And this is not the case only for Estonia, but our common need on European and global scale. Andreas Schleicher mentioned we also need smart strategies, and I hope that maybe later today in the discussion, I could share a little bit more what has been the key highlights in the reforms in Estonia during the past 30 years. But maybe this is a little bit wider scale, I wanted to share on the background as well, but at the same time, I must say that we are very much efforting now on providing the best possible support to Ukrainian children and youth who have now arrived to Estonia. There are currently more than 14,000 minors under the age of 19 who have stayed in Estonia, and more than 4,700 are registered in primary or general education. But we also estimate that we still miss the contact to many families who have arrived here and to children to whom we could actually need to support through education. We are a very small country, but we are very strongly dedicated to guaranteeing a place at school for all the children who arrived from Ukraine at the compulsory school age. We have initiated 1,000 additional school places in Tallinn only, where the community is also the biggest. But we also think that it is really important to support, to build up the sense of belonging to the environment and the relations to the peers in the communities they have arrived now. Also support to mental health and well-being. We have set up the free Ukrainian language schools, psychologist helplines, to continue the studies at all levels of education, but also to provide support throughout of school activities, youth work and hobby education. We think this is extremely important for the connections with the peers as well, and for this feeling of belonging besides to the formal studies. And we have dedicated to organize the learning camps and summer camps during the summer and autumn season now, where the children and young people who have arrived to Estonia can meet their peers from Estonia and start to build up their better living here as well. Serhi highlighted the lack of school books. We strongly understand that this is the question of learning facilities and support materials is very crucial. Estonia is very dedicated to the digital development of education, and here we have a lot of support from the Estonian edtech companies who have translated their tools and are providing them free of charge in Ukrainian language, like digital learning platforms, educational games, etc. So we hope that this could also be a piece in a complex picture how to provide support, but also supporting the adult learners through Estonian language courses free of charge, etc. Maybe if this is from the perspective of the learners, we must also say that in a small country, we are also struggling finding enough teachers to provide educational support. But one of the perspectives we have taken is finding the best possible ways to contribute, contribution by the teachers who are right here from Ukraine and could be supporting children and young people here. And currently more than 160 Ukrainian war refugees are working in more than 100 general education and vocational schools in Estonia. And we think this is also an important resource we could try to use to best support the children and young people. I mentioned already some of the struggles, really creating the contacts to all families who have arrived here to be able to provide educational support as one of the basic rights of children. And we do so taking a full consideration that what are the dreams and hopes and expectations of these families regarding returning to Ukraine. And what we aim is to provide the best possible support and the integration to Estonian education system while they are here. So maybe on the light of this reality perspective, it is very clear that if we look at what is happening today in the lives in kindergarten and schools in Estonia, it has changed, and we are struggling to find the best ways. Our schools and teachers have a great autonomy to propose the best possible solutions in their learning environments, but with a strong support from local governments and from the states. And maybe as a very last piece of information in this very, like I said, complex picture, Estonia is dedicated to support the rebuilding of the education system in Ukraine and really find the best smart strategies for this. And here we can contribute with the experiences from the education reforms from the past 30 years. And we are also supporting rebuilding of the kindergarten in Zhytomyr region as one of our commitments. So I think just in a nutshell, trying to run through the picture, which is very complex and, to be very honest, full of challenges, but we surely do our best in trying to accommodate the needs of children and young people who have arrived and need support through education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to use this opportunity just to thank Estonian people and Estonian Ministry of Education of providing so much help, assistance to our refugees, and for your willingness to help Ukrainian education in the future. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Anna Pirona. Anna, I know that you have been researching democracy in education, how democratic education affects the society, and we know that many authoritarian countries like Russia are actively using education in promoting their agenda. So what do you think are the conclusions of what has been happening in the world in 2022 for educational system in Ukraine and in Europe?
Well, thank you for inviting me. It's an honor being here and get this inspiration from the speakers. And you're right, I think 2022 and with the war has done something with all of us in the field of education. In many countries, we are used to think as education to build democracy, support human rights and rule of law, and then we have seen that, particularly in the countries where dictatorships are in power, they are using education exactly to the opposite, to break our democracies. So I think it's a huge wake-up call for many. Just to see, we just need to be much more proactive to defend our democracies. Anne Appelman was in Oslo a couple of months ago, and she said precisely that. Democracy needs to defend themselves. So there's a sense of urgency, and we need to really, as Andrea said, put education first. It's really essential for our societies if we want to have the kind of society built on the principles of democracy and human rights. So I've seen many countries are having education for democracy as a pillar of their systems, as Ukraine has done for the last years since Maidan, as Norway has also been having education, democratic citizenship as one of the pillars. Now, the laws are there, the policies are there. We need to transform this in concrete actions from kindergartens to universities. So this needs a lot of investment, a lot of commitments, and training of all the teachers and so on, because this is extremely important if we want to have young generations which are democratic resilient, who understand the values of what we are doing and have the capacity of have this agency to act. And while we see that in many countries, education, citizenship and education for democracy is getting much more momentum, I see, particularly in those countries which are huge donor countries concerning humanitarian aid, that is not a correlation on the priority they are giving to education. So it still is a chronicle underfunding of education from big donors of humanitarian aid. And I think this needs to change right now.
Thank you very much. I would like now to ask Mr. Schleicher, you measure, you assess students' academic results in mathematics, in reading, in all these academic disciplines. Do you think it's time for assessment to the democracy level, or whatever term we choose, how we can evaluate how our students democratic enough, what values they are getting in their educational system? Do you think it's already time for this?
Absolutely. And in fact, in 2018, PISA started with this already. We called it global competency, the capacity of students to see the world through different lenses and perspectives, to appreciate different ways of thinking, to appreciate different cultures, to value diversity, pluralistic views. That was part of our PISA 2018 assessment. It got a lot of attention. And I should say what concerned me most was that not all countries took part in this assessment. Some countries said, oh, we only want to know about reading, math, and science. But the PISA assessment actually put that emphasis on global competency. And we are building, extending this assessment further, because as you say, the future of our societies is not just built on, subject matter knowledge. It's very much built on the attitudes, the values, the democratic understanding and the democratic engagement. And are we ready? Are we able to live in a pluralistic world? And in fact, some people say, well, you can't see that, you can't measure that. But I do believe we can, and we should. We will only improve what we can see. And we need to make those future-oriented democratic skills better visible. For me, that's one of the big lessons from this crisis. Apart from the short-term needs, our future needs, and Anne Perona said this really well, very much depend on the next generation. Another facet to this is, can young people navigate the world of information? In this world, virality and information is often privileged over the quality of knowledge, and we found, for example, in the PISA assessment that only about half of 15-year-olds can distinguish fact from opinion. We need to work harder to build 21st century literacy skills, where you need to be able to construct knowledge rather than just to extract it. So yeah, absolutely. We are working on that in PISA to make that visible, and I do hope that countries, take this to heart and participate in this.
Thank you very much for your answer. I would like to welcome our a new speaker, Lee Anderson, the Minister of Education of Finland, is joining us today. Thank you very much for being with us. And I would like to thank Finland for helping so much, especially Ukrainian education and especially Chernihiv region, where the part of our organizers and speakers are located right now in the left upper corner. And now I think it's time for your speech, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and greetings to everybody from Helsinki. Warm thanks for the invitation to this discussion. I'm very glad to be able to join you, although it was a little bit late due to other duties that I had to take care of. Before I share some thoughts on the key elements in developing effective education, let me start by saying a few words about the current situation and the devastating consequences of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We all have to acknowledge the great work Ukraine has done in providing education and training throughout the war in very difficult circumstances. At the same time, Ukraine has been able to plan for the coming academic year, and during the school year there will certainly be challenges such as lack of energy and even food, but the international support is of course also very strong. About 12,500 of the Ukrainian refugees in Finland are children and young people, half of whom are preschool and primary school age. At the moment, most of them are attending school or preparatory education for primary education in Finland. There is, of course, places in schools for everybody who wants to attend, but going to school is voluntary for those that are under temporary protection. I think it's very important that the countries that are receiving Ukrainian refugees strive to bring Ukrainian children to school, especially now in the fall when there's more time that has passed. We know that social community and new friends are very important for children and also very important for learning. And besides, schools and school staff, of course, also have a very important role to play in restoring a sense of security and a sense of normal everyday life and routines for children and young people. Naturally, countries should make good use of existing Ukrainian learning materials when educating Ukrainian children, and I know that most schools have also made it possible for our Ukrainian students to attend online learning at the same time while going to classes in the Finnish schools, so kind of combining the opportunities provided by Ukraine with the opportunities provided here. I think this also reflects key elements of critical factors in development of an effective education system in general. Schools are a part of a wider society, so we believe that a system-wide approach in education is necessary. First, we emphasize a collaborative approach when it comes to education planning. So working together with teachers, working together with researchers, school education providers, and so on, which is key to make sure that education is relevant, but also to promote a culture of openness and a culture of trust. We talk a lot about the importance of having a kind of a trust-based education policy. Which brings me to the second thing I want to emphasize, which is focusing on teachers competences, working conditions, well-being, and also more general attractiveness of the teaching profession. Giving teachers autonomy, making sure that they have the agency and creativity, and that we also respect their professional competences. In today's world, it's also increasingly important to emphasize continuous learning and increase flexibility in education systems to make sure that no one is left behind and that there's possibilities for reskilling and upskilling for everybody. And I would also like to emphasize research and an evidence-based approach to education policy. which must be kind of an underlying pillar of everything we do when we talk about educational planning. Finally, a few words also on international cooperation and efforts to support Ukrainian education. Finland has granted additional support to Ukraine through humanitarian aid and development cooperation funds. And I am very happy as the Minister of Education that one of the priorities in Finnish-Ukrainian relationships has been and is and will be education. Our bilateral project Learning Together, which was launched in 2017, will continue. And we have also been involved in an EU project to support the development of vocational education and training in Ukraine. And Finland and other countries have also provided support material to help traumatized pupils and students. And we'll also contributed to teacher training to make sure that teachers better can support children and young people. For further cooperation, I think digital learning is an area where it would be very useful to further strengthen international cooperation to develop digital teaching and learning methods. And we should also invest in teacher education and continue reforming learning material. Many countries and organizations are involved in this work, and good coordination and cooperation between different actors, both on an international level and in Ukraine, is important so that we do not duplicate our work and also make sure that what we do is necessary and more effective. We always stand ready to share our expertise and support the education in Ukraine and for the Ukrainians. I'm very much looking forward to continuing our cooperation and dialogue with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for helping Ukrainian education and Ukrainian children who are going to finish schools and who are going to start a new year in your country. And referring to this, I would like to ask you, as you might have mentioned in Finland, as well as in Estonia, policies of Ukrainian refugees, personal policies of refugees, and state policies is to keep our people in safety as long as possible, but to bring them home as soon as possible. And the same refers to Ukrainian children. So with your great educational system, how do you think that we can prevent our children from getting too much integrating into their new schools, into assimilation? So because we want to have our children integrated back into our Ukrainian educational system. And before you start your answer, I would like also to mention, as I understand, going to schools in Finland and Estonia is compulsory. So there is actually no choice for Ukrainian children to choose, for example, to attend their distance school in Ukraine and not to attend a school in the country of their temporary stay. So what's your opinion on this? Thank you. Ms. Anderson, you'll be first.
Thank you very much. I'll start by clarifying how the law functions in Finland. So if you are under temporary protection, as most of the Ukrainian refugees are at the moment, all of them actually at the moment, then it's not compulsory to go to school. If you have stayed in Finland for 1 year, then you will get kind of a Finnish residence permit, and at that point it will become compulsory to educate yourself. But that's after having stayed in the country for 1 year. So at the moment it is not compulsory for the Ukrainian children to attend. Otherwise, I think my approach as education minister has been that we should not see these as opposite. Making sure that children have strong links to Ukraine and have a possibility and a willingness to go back. And at the same time, kind of making sure that they have the possibilities to, while they are being here, attend the Finnish education system and spend time with other children of their same age. So I think it's important for the well-being of the children and from a social aspect, for them to have the possibilities to spend time with other children and spend time with teachers and kind of attend school, get the free school meals that we offer in Finland. And at the same time, I think it's really remarkable the great work that Ukraine has done in providing a possibility to attend distance learning for all these Ukrainian students. And I know that many Finnish schools have tried to make it possible. So in your schedule for the day, they will have hours for the Ukrainian distance learning also. So you can do the classes while being in the Finnish schools. And at least personally, I hope that when it is time for our Ukrainian guests to go back, they can take with them contacts to Finland, new friends, family relationship, maybe some knowledge in the Finnish language that they will then be able to use when building back and rebuilding Ukraine and your society there. Something that they might be able to benefit from if they want to start a company, if they want to study in the university. Also benefit from for during the rest of their lives, hopefully as a positive experience from the time that they had to stay in another country.
Sounds like a great plan. Thank you very much, Miss Anne.
Yes, thank you. I think I already stressed quite some important, I think I stressed quite some important highlights as we look at what is the best support what we can provide currently. Indeed, in Estonia, we do base our approach on the fact that schooling is compulsory for the school-age children to the extent as it is by the law. But coming a bit more far away from that, we think that looking at the needs of the children who have arrived here, we think this is also our most impactful opportunity to provide them the opportunities to build up the contacts to their peers, to have this feeling of belonging and to guarantee that the gap in the learning would not be so huge while before they can arrive back to Ukraine. And here we strongly respect the decision of every family as they wish when regarding and how for returning. However, what we are thinking of is how could we best provide that the schooling experience for the children and young people would be most respectful to their roots as well. And here I can say that as one of the changes, we are developing the home languages and cultures curriculum to provide a framework that that teaching in Ukrainian language and culture could be part of the schooling while they are here. I mentioned also that we see that engaging those teachers who arrived from Ukraine to Estonia is another perspective we see is an important way to guarantee that even though the learning in Estonian school is based on the national curriculum as it is by law, we are integrating and bringing in the elements to support that there is a strong connection to the roots and respecting the future perspectives of the children to return back to their homeland. So I would say that this is a pure building up and when I mentioned earlier also the autonomy of the teachers and schools, we are strongly supporting our teachers and schools in trying to find the best ways for that. So I would say that in line with the general principles, how it is happening in every school and class, definitely we aim to provide the best children-friendly opportunities for learning while they are here. So
thank you.
And then maybe just to mention as well that it's not only about the schools, but also what is happening in the youth clubs on the local level, in the learning camps, as I mentioned, in the hobby education. We see that this is also important ways to support actually the feeling of belonging. And maybe as a last point, asking and sensing your worry about if and how will the children and young people return back to their home. I'm a mother of two, and I have two girls, 6 and 9 years old now, and we have been living in different countries. They go to the local schools, they learn the language, they have the local friends, and we have always returned back to Estonia, we see from the perspective of our family even stronger and more resourced to these experiences. And we hope this could be the case for the Ukrainian children here as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that Andreas is about
here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Andreas, you're about to leave our panel discussion. And before you go, I would like to ask you, I know it's very difficult to build plans now, especially for Ukraine, but what are your expectations? When will you be able to provide new PISA results for Ukrainian students?
Yeah, let me first of all also comment on the education of refugees. I think actually from this particular crisis, we learn new lessons in this field, namely that when we educate students from other countries, that we have to, of course, embed them in the culture of the host countries, but at the same time give them a passport to go back to their own country with an education that connects to the country where they come from. So I think that's a really, really important lessons that we take. We often talk about, integration, but there is more needed. There is really, I think, a good effort needed to help students keep the connection to their roots and ensure that they can actually, smoothly go back to this. But when it comes to the PISA results, they will come out in December next year, 2023. And I do know that the education administration in Ukraine is doing whatever is possible to collect those data for the new PISA assessment wherever that is possible. And I believe it is very important to have good data. I think every policy needs to be built on a good understanding of the reality at the front line, and we hope that connecting Ukraine to the international community is very important. PISA the results will provide a means for doing that.
Thank you for being with us. I know we have to say goodbye to you, Mr. Schleicher, but maybe see you next time in Ukraine personally, doing assessments for our academic successes of our students. Thank you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, and count on the OECD in whatever way we can help you.
Thank you. Anna, I would like to ask you, Norway has been a promoter for Safe School Declaration and intergovernmental political commitment to protect students, teachers, and schools from worst effects of armed conflicts. And I know that Ukraine has joined this in 2019. Why do you think the world is sometimes is silent to attacks that Russia is targeting school premises, school logistics in Ukraine?
Well, I think that we have a job to do there, and my center is very vocal about the need to follow the commitments the countries have. The Safe School Declarations, for instance, that was initiated by Norway and Argentina in 2015, has already 114 signatories around the world. But I have heard very little about how the international community and how the big donors are going to support Ukraine. So I think we need to really hold some of these governments to account, because it's very easy to promote a declaration in times of peace, but when it comes and when the wars and we have seen that Ukrainian schools have been particularly attacked, as well as cultural institutions, because this is where the soul of the Ukrainian country is. So we need to really come into the defense of that and to support Ukraine in honor their commitments. And I think your ministry has done a fantastic job at collecting the information of the school, the damages, the needs, and so on. And then it's of course a response from the donor countries, including Norway, of course. What are we going to do to support Ukraine? As I said, we need to be educational activists at the moment. We need to put education on the agenda. It has to be a priority. And I promise we are doing all we can from our side to support that. So, and the other thing about the declaration, and the few times I've heard about the relation to the declaration, they are focusing much more on the buildings. And of course, the buildings are important and the schools, they need to be safe places for kids, but it's about protecting the access to school for all children and the access of teaching for teachers and other educators. So these are really important. And sometimes also this also implies support to online learning. Because I know that in Ukraine, I just read this week that 70% of parents in the Kyiv area, they want to send their children to schools, to the buildings. And I understand that. But I think that in the foreseeable future, at least some kind of blended learning approaches and online learning, there's need to be part of the equation. It's a realistic thing. So they need also to be support for that. And we need to provide support for teachers in digital pedagogies, as Minister Andersson said. They need to really use methodologies that really help the IDP children to be included in their new environments. So there are a number of things to be in line, and supporting teachers, supporting learning materials are really, really important. And in there, we need to use the existing resources in Ukraine. Ukraine has a very vibrant civil society, for example, that there are many other actors, such as my own center. We have been there for a decade. Use the resources we represent as well to get things in motion, and it needs to be very, very quick.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Oksana Nechiporenko, co-founder of SAVED, director of NGO Go Global. Oksana, we've heard about so many challenges that the educational system of Ukraine is now facing. But do you think that such things, such global things, such costly things as rebuilding and reconstruction can get some help from civil society?
Hi, thank you so much for being today with us and for giving us opportunity to hear your thoughts, but also giving us the opportunity to share our pains and our dreams with you, because it's still surreal to understand that we are now doing this online conference during the full-scale war in Ukraine. And we are now in Chernihiv precisely because it's the newly freed region that can show exactly what Russia is doing here in Ukraine. They are not just trying to win the war and to join Ukraine to Russia, but they are destroying us. And you can see exactly that in Chernihiv. The number of schools that were destroyed is absolutely amazing, and it's horrific. And we understand that they are trying to destroy the schools because they are the hearts of the communities. They are the centers for our future. And that scale of catastrophe and that scale of damages, none of the governments in the world can handle it on their own. So that's now the time for civil society, as we already done after the Revolution of Dignity, to come up and to join our forces and to support the local communities, the local government and national government in immediate rebuilding, in bringing back life to the regions again. And schools is one of the islands and one of the hearts of their life, because we do understand that the more schools will be rebuilt, then we are giving back the children the opportunity to learn, but we're also giving back the opportunity for the people to come back to Ukraine. And because destroying education in Ukraine and our future is so important for Russia, that also should be one of the major priorities for us, for Ukrainians. When we are talking about rebuilding, we should talk about education and about rebuilding education. All speakers before have talked about putting education first. And this is exactly, that is one of the missions of the charity fund that we created, to try together all of the potential resources, all of the possible resources from the international donors, communities, but also the resources that are allocated to Ukraine, and to put it to education, because we do understand that the major priority of Ukrainians now is winning. So of course, all the resources should go there, but our aim is to also to help our international partners and to show them that when we are talking about immediate rebuilding, we are not just talking about schools as such. We are talking about the schools as the places that should be safe for children. So we are talking about public safety, but we are also talking about the schools as the spaces for teachers and for children to come back and to create again. So that's why we're also talking about some new senses, because you are totally right. There is no point. Sometimes there's no point just to rebuild the way it were. Some things are better left forgotten, and we need to bring these new senses back, or just to bring them into the educational system, because the price that we are paying now for our win is so huge that we don't have any moral right to not to invest now into education and not to build better opportunities and better. And especially we also understand that we just need now to give this new spaces for our children, for them to have the opportunity to go back to the normal life, because we already understand that they are different. I've been to a number of trainings now for the teachers to help them to fight with stress and to help their children to fight with stress. And I see such an amazing resilience that we know that we will win. But we also understand that children, they're already not just the Generation Z children, Gen Z. They're already different, and they are more responsible, and they are focused on rebuilding and renovation. So we need to do our best in order to give the opportunities for this new genre to go back to schools, but to go back to new, safe, but also modern schools that will build our future together. Thank you.
Oksana, thank you very much. I know that you have a great experience in speaking to our international partners, to donor organizations. I understand it's very difficult to be in a position that you are asking for something, but still, why do you think that other countries, our partners and donors, would help us, except for being great citizens of the world, people who adhere democratic values? What do you think may be their personal interest in helping us to rebuild our education?
Thank you for this question, because I think that it's very important for all of our partners to see that process as a win-win game. They also need to be a part of it, and we need to understand that we are actually in one boat here, because it's not only that we do believe that we are fighting for the better world future and we are fighting for the freedom all over the world, but also now it's an awful time that we are experiencing, but it's also an amazing opportunity to build something new, to pilot here in Ukraine whatever crazy educational ideas our international partners were having for years, and where they didn't, because they have such an established educational systems, they didn't have the opportunity to implement here. So now that's the opportunity to implement. Now that's the opportunity to try and to pilot some approaches that would build the safer education, safer and more modern all over the world. So we can start here. We should create the new formula and new algorithm of education here, and then try to scale it to all other countries. So I think that can be the motivation.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Anna Novosad, the Minister of Education of Ukraine in 2019-2020, and she is also a co-founder of SAVED. Anna, before you start, considering your previous experience and your current experience, do you think that Ukraine as a state is able to give the solution to the educational situation that we now all are in?
Thank you very much, Marichka, and thank you all of the speakers that join us today. To answer your question, I think we have no other choice but to do that, because what Russia is doing is very aggressively, very intentionally, and very cold-heartedly destroying our education, destroying our schools, killing our kids, kidnapping our kids. Just to remind everyone that 200,000 Ukrainian kids are kidnapped to Russian concentration camps and kept in Russia, together with the teachers that have been stolen as well. And considering all this massive scale of destruction to the country and the wish to exterminate us as the nation, also through killing our education, I think this is exactly what we have to oppose, and we already do that. Because being here in Chernihiv, I see how people who lived through terrible, terrible avia bombing that I honestly cannot understand how they managed to get through this. They are reviving their community. They are, a nation reincarnation. They are trying to do best and show an example to everyone that we are resilient and we will stand behind our education and our right for future till the very end. And the very end, let me tell everyone, will be our victory. So maybe just to save a bit of a time for questions that I also would like to ask some of our speakers, I will just briefly present to you our initiative, SAFE, that also co-organized this discussion today. As a former minister and the person who has been engaged in education policy making and implementation, I would so much better be now talking with Minister Lee or your colleagues, Minister, about how we further roll out the new Ukrainian school that you have supported with the Finnish funds here in Ukraine through this last years, or with Estonia on how to support our vocational education or principles trainings, or with Anna on how to better roll out democratic education. But I sit in Chernihiv, a city, an ancient city that have been half destroyed by Russian bombs through February and March, and I never thought that I would do that. But this is the reality that we live now, and our common goal for civil society that we all now here represent, the government, the local authorities, is to rebuild what's been done by Russians, and the scale of destruction is huge, and you can see these figures on your screens. And what's the most horrible are not the walls that have been demolished, but lives of people and lives of children that have been taken away. And so many children here in Chernihiv died by a very targeted Russian bombs and bullets when these kids have been trying to evacuate in early March. So Russians, as I said before, they are very intentionally targeting schools because they understand the very ideological nature of education, and they target it specifically. They want to destroy the infrastructure and also people who are normally hiding in the schools because they have bomb shelters, because they know that if we have no schools, no kindergartens, no universities, there will be no possibility to resume life as it is. So here in Chernihiv, for instance, they've been, in the early days of March, they've been just consistently dropping heavy avia bombs on some of the schools. And you can see the picture here. It's the school number 18 that has been just completely erased from the face of earth by Russians' bombs. And of course, on their news, they will say that it was a military site, but in reality it's just a school. And so the damage just to Chernihiv itself that we assessed, by the way, with the Finnish help, is roughly $80 million. And we are here talking only about infrastructure, not talking about people's lives that have to be restored, people's mental health that also has to be taken care of. So we decided at some point that we cannot stay aside of that, regardless of our previous backgrounds, regardless that we are not in the government per se, but we all are united, as we have all been through these months, is to help our country, and in this particular case, to help certain communities to get access to education back. So we have established SAVED as the initiative realized, co-founded also by the NGO Go Global here in Ukraine, to help the very local people, local communities to renew access to education. We are a growing team. You can see that we still have a little bit of gender imbalance. So we are looking for a male kind of reinforcement. And our tasks are, some of the commenters now on Facebook rightly said that, foreign speakers on this panel are talking about the future, how we can rebuild, rethink, revision our education system. And I totally think that we have to talk about that. And this is actually what we do here. By being here in Ukraine, you also realize that, if you don't have walls in your school, or if you don't have windows, and in Chernihiv, that's the reality for all of the schools, that's hardly possible. So for us, the priorities in SAFE are to fundraise, to get partnerships, to get resources, to help Chernihiv city to repair the schools, to repair the critical needs in the schools, the windows, the holes from artillery hits, the heating systems, but also very, very gradually to think about what's our level up. How do we kind of bring the system, how do we kind of make it better? As Andras rightly mentioned, we also have to keep thinking about the future and kind of keep this hope in people that we are thinking not about the future, thinking about the future, and not thinking how to stuck in the terrible present. So we are also thinking about how to reimagine our schools. How do we build back better? How do we create also psychological support to students and for teachers and parents? And this is all what we plan to do and save. And only through this last month that we've been operating here in Chernihiv, we managed to attract still few, but I'm so proud that are so important partners, among which is the embassy in Finland in Ukraine and Minister Anderson. I'm so grateful that your country has consistently been behind our education system, and in this hard time, it's also there. And together with the embassy and also the Finchurch Aid, the humanitarian organization, your colleagues do a marvelous job here, particularly in Chernihiv region, to help us save the children. Projector, IPAM are the partners that are already here with us, and we are looking for more and more. And I'm happy also to mention that the European Vigilant Center, led by Anna, also expressed its greenness to partner with us, and I hope that we can forge that partnership very, very soon. So we have already done very concrete things that have had to be done with regard to damage assessment, with regard to arranging shelters, with regard to providing access to immediate educational activities. But there's so much more to be done, and not only in Chernihiv, but also in other regions that our army consistently frees from Russian occupants. So I'll be grateful for partnering with all of you. And once again, I'm really, really grateful for your support. And I would like to use this last minute of our panel to ask Minister, if I'm not sure if Minister is still with us because I don't see, yeah, perfect. So here we have Norway, Estonia, and Finland, who have a very unfortunate common fate with us, being neighbor of Russia. Really something that one cannot envy. So if I may ask you, does Finland prepare somehow for this new academic year, or do you somehow in general rethink your education, maybe with regard to democratic education reinforcement, or with regard to security and arranging the shelters, considering that you also have this crazy neighbor that constantly keeps threatening not only your country but also the neighboring countries? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. We don't have much time, but just shortly, I think the overall curricula in Finland puts a very strong emphasis on democratic citizenship, and also on new literacy skills, multiliteracy, for example, which I really think are skills that we need. They are citizenship skills, and they are increasingly important in the kind of environment that we live in, with misinformation, disinformation, everything that we see. There's been a lot of talks in Finland about this kind of hybrid warfare and what that might mean for Finnish societies. And I think if you look at the Finnish curricula, there has been no need to kind of do changes now, because many of these things have already been there. But I think Finnish people, of course, now understand even more concretely the importance of these types of skills. In addition to that, we have also given support material to teachers in how to talk about the war in Ukraine with children, because I think for Finnish families, we have our own traumatic experiences, which of course our children are also aware about, even though they were not alive at that time. So teachers are often also the adults that have to answer questions, maybe also address these different type of emotions and feelings that our children might have. So we have given kind of additional support material for teachers in how to discuss this and how to deal with it with children in different age groups. When it comes to all of these kind of physical shelters and so on, once again, I would say that Finnish society is a society that has put a lot of thought into these issues already before this Russian aggression started. So I think compared to on a European level, we are much well equipped already from before.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have some time for questions, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yes, we have some time for questions. If you have any questions, you can write, either raise your hand or you can write it in the messengers. But before you do this, I would like to ask a short question to Anna Novosad. You used to be a minister, supposedly having power and finances. Now you represent the civil society. Do you still feel this strength to make a change? Do you think that a civil society in such a devastating situation can also be a change?
Well, I think everyone saw that this war has been pretty much already won because Putin did not reach his aim, also largely due to the civil society, because what Ukrainians did by uniting themselves through the first weeks and then months, and it's now the 6 months of this war, is incredible. And we've been never relying on the central government. And also when we were in the ministry, we were trying to do even the new Ukrainian school reform in a very decentralized way by creating an ecosystem of partners consisting of the civil society colleagues and partners. So for me, there's sort of it's not unnatural, it's not uneasy to be in this situation. And to be honest, I feel honored to be able now to work very locally, to work in cities, in Hromadas, alongside these people who lived through these horrible times and still keep living through them. So I think in this situation, everyone is doing whatever he or she can, and this is what we are trying to arrange in our roles currently.
Thank you very much. Question to everyone: if you have any additional, it was a question for our people who are members of our discussion. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask, or you can just raise your hand, unmute your microphone, and say who we are addressing your question to, and just ask. Any volunteers? Пане Сергію, ви хочете запитання поставити? Я бачу, у вас відкритий мікрофон.
So you have your mic open, Sergey. Would you like to ask a question?
Є в когось запитання? Друзі, ви можете
Does anyone have questions? You can ask a question in any language. If necessary, the speakers can switch to translation. So the linguistic barrier should not be a challenge. Any questions?
I see that speakers have been so reassuring today and gave us so much information that actually we don't have any questions. I think the only thing that I would like to say is the big word of gratitude to all our partners, all our speakers, all our international partners, not for just being with us for the past few hours, but all this huge support that you've been given to Ukrainian refugees in your countries, in helping Ukrainian education to revive in the future. And hopefully we'll be having such discussions in the future, but giving more and more optimism to people in our educational system in Ukraine. Many schools will be welcoming their students in Ukraine just in 2 days. Hopefully all of them will be safe, and hopefully the next time we'll have this conference, it will be in safe Ukraine. So thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much to organizers for having me as a moderator. It was a very great honor for me. Have a good day today.
Thank you very much, and we can only assure our further commitment to try to solve the critical needs, and then on top of that try to imagine the future together. So Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава!
Героям слава!
Glory to Ukraine, glory to hero.
Друзі, я всім кажу до побачення, всім, хто з нами був, дуже вам дякуємо.
Goodbye. I would like to thank everybody. You can revisit the discussion on YouTube channel. I would like to thank you for being with us. I would like to thank the organizers. See you next time.
Привіт, я Тарас, мені 8 років. Я люблю грати в футбол і вболіваю за Динамо Київ. Люблю математику і робототехніку. Люблю ранки вихідного. Це моя дорога до школи, у якій я не був з кінця зими. Тут ми з хлопцями граємо у футбол. Тобто грали. Зараз це небезпечно. Та й не всі байдужі ще повернулися. Тут живе бабуся. В підвалі її будинку ми ховалися від обстрілів. А тут в магазині сестра купувала мені смаколики. Я вчитися, а вона працювати. А це вона, моя школа. Коли йдуть у перший клас, всі хвилюються першого дня, а я зовсім не хвилювався. Зі мною була моя подружка Аня, та й сестра завжди поруч. І вчитися я люблю страшенно. На математиці приклади розв'язувати, от тільки поки не можу. Але я точно знаю, що в мене і в моїх друзів усе попереду, усе буде. І що разом ми можемо значно більше, ніж здається на перший погляд.
Дякуємо нашим гостям за
Thank you to our guests for fruitful and interesting discussion. And our next panel, Cities and Their Needs, moderator of the discussion, founder of International Summit of Mayors, Irina Ozimok. Good day. Thank you very much for raising this issue, because for cities, this process is very difficult of rebuilding of this infrastructure and society. It's very difficult to be a mayor of the city, to be working in the educational sphere, but there are a lot of priorities. We've seen statistics on how many schools had been destroyed, but these are not the only needs of the city. We have hospitals being destroyed, residential buildings being destroyed, and for children to be back to school, we not only to rebuild the school itself, but we have to properly prioritize all those steps in rebuilding for children to have a place where to live, where to receive other services. For cities, these are big challenges. We're talking a lot about reconstructing cities after the first cities were freed from the occupation, like Chernihiv, where we are now. The mayors and their communities, they already have certain solutions, but they also have much more questions. How to put in order those priorities, how to rebuild, where to take money. I would like us to talk in more detail about that, to listen the opinion of the mayors, how they see their communities, and to talk with the donors, how we can help Ukrainian cities in rebuilding education in particular. Why education is important, I want to give my own opinion, because when I mentioned this event and to my colleagues, and they were mentioning that rebuilding of education for people, those who went abroad, this will be the largest criteria to come back, because families have been tested by COVID and now with the full-scale war. Today, we have honor to speak about all those persistent issues with the mayors of Ukrainian cities, with Mr. Vladislava Troshenko, mayor of Chernihiv city that lost a lot of infrastructure. More than 60% of schools were damaged. Two schools have been destroyed, and they are struggling with reopening them. Mr. Andrei Sadovey, Lviv city mayor, for them, their issues are a little bit different. The city accommodated a lot of IDPs, people were living at schools, in schools, and for them it's difficult to organize the new study year. Mr. Yuri Bova, Trostenets city mayor, we wanted to talk about how to prioritize steps in rebuilding. We know that you have a hospital totally destroyed, which you spend a lot of money on building that hospital. On how you prioritize between issuing funds for rebuilding schools and hospitals, and we will speak with a representative from Zhytomyr, mayor of Zhytomyr, and Zhytomyr also perished from. And we will speak how to rebuild and who will rebuild schools there, because a lot of international organizations are eager to help with rebuilding. So Mr. Sergei Sukhamlin is with us. And we have another guest, Mr. Jan de Vargameger. He's the head of the humanitarian mission Fin Church Aid in Ukraine. Church from a long time before was the center of education, and we will talk with them on how they can help. And Mr. Kasper Einskov, director of Plan International Ukraine, who worked already in Ukraine for a while, and we will be interested in your opinion on reconstruction. When we talk about reconstruction of schools, restoration of educational process, which is important factor for people to return to deoccupied cities, it's important to understand on which place a community puts this issue. And I pass the floor to Mr. Yuri Bova first, because Trostenets was one of the first cities that were freed. And what are your current needs in the city? Now you're rebuilding the hospital. I've seen your posts on the on social media, but will children in Trostenets have a place where to study? Good day, friends. Of course, Trostenets had perished a lot from occupation by Russian army. 31 days we were occupied. Our community was occupied by Russian military forces. Very strong forces had been deployed here, and because of warfare, a lot of social and educational medical infrastructure had been destroyed, damaged. And for Trostenets, it was very difficult from funding-wise point of view to restore it. Thousands of people lost their jobs who worked on big companies in small and medium enterprises. 100% of small and medium enterprises are not working. The shops had been looted, destroyed, and only single businessmen are reopening. We had a very big factory working in our city, US company that was producing chocolate bars, cookies. Now the factory is closed. Only some tens of people are employed to do some cleaning, but like factory is not operational because we're very close to the border. There are a lot of security risks, and companies not all ready to reopen that factory because it's a big risk for the employees. So we're talking about losses to our local budget. 80% of of our revenues to the local budget had been lost, and we've totally exhausted our funding capabilities, because a lot of administrative buildings had been looted, including office equipment, vehicles, servers, anything they could get a hold of, they just took it away and move abroad. When we came back to our workplaces, this was a huge pain. Things that we've been building for tens of years, everything was destroyed. It's 5 months after these terrible occupations. We now coping with that. More and more employees are coming back to their workplaces. Like when we talk about our hospital, 38 direct tank shots were made into the building of the hospital. So we already started to rebuild it, putting back windows, equipment. A lot of organizations are helping us. ICRC Ukraine is helping us, and a lot of volunteer donations we receive, like by bringing some drugs, emergency vehicles, and so far our hospital already employs 400 people, and now our priority by September 1st is education. We understand that people will get back to the city when they will know that their children will have access to educations. And here we have two issues: physical rebuilding of infrastructure. We had three schools were heavily damaged, and one kindergarten were damaged due to airstrikes. And of course, there were no heating, and so heating systems inside those schools was damaged, and a lot of windows damaged. So we need to restore those issues as soon as possible in order for teachers to be able to stay in the school and conduct distant learning classes. So, and another issue is not all parents can afford to stay with their children at home. So they request for offline learning in classes. So we have to do everything possible to enable children to study in classrooms. And for this, we need to prepare shelters as soon as possible. From 20 educational institutions only, can I interrupt you briefly? Do you have statistics on how many children will go to the classrooms this year? It's difficult to say now. Every day we communicate with teachers, and we ask them what's their opinion about that. Because Trostanets was very well prepared for online educational process. We have Lithuanian program LEFDA, so like electronic program for distance learning that enables communication of parents with teachers, and teachers with pupils from 5th to 11th grade. But the parents of the primary school, so they come and tell us it's impossible to conduct a teaching process for primary school children. Yes, the parents themselves ask, we are ready to stay near the school but only make sure that classroom educational process is available for them. So for us, it's a challenge because we're very close to the Russian border, and we have a lot of military threats. And everywhere it's possible, we are preparing shelters, or we also considering a possibility to set up some concrete shelters near the schools where they can cover during the air raid alerts. So the pupils from the higher grades, they can totally learn by distance learning. But for those children who have opportunity to come to the classrooms and work with teachers offline, that's also will be an opportunity for them, and we're thankful to our teachers for that. The question that I will ask every city mayor: how much money you need to restore infrastructure in order to reconstruct or build school from scratch? If just we're talking about putting back windows, repair heating system, so we talk that would be like around 5 million hryvnia. But whether we have to do things that were non-effective, we are looking for short-term remedial actions and long-term actions, because majority of our school were very had poor heat effectiveness. Like the windows haven't been changed for years there, and like from 20 educational institutions, half of them were in rural areas. They had zero plastic windows, like old Soviet-style wooden windows that should have been replaced a long time ago. And all the rural communities now they face huge challenge, because they need to prepare design documentation for each school to be maximally energy efficient and to where to use LED systems to organize this process maximally effective. We have to think about solar panels in case there will be no electricity supply available. So we've conducted the full audit of all those schools, and now we will be looking for the partners on this rebuilding this infrastructure. Here we're talking about tens of millions of hryvnia. For example, the one central school is it's roughly 40 million hryvnia in order to properly restore it. But besides the schools, we have also kindergartens. So the safety of the pupils and hospital, and so this will be our priorities for the next years. So like roads, pedestrian walks, that will be like second line priority. Thank you very much, Mr. Andriy. We have a question to Mr. Andriy Sadovey, Mayor of Lviv. Like Lviv gained this status of the city of the refugees and IDPs. How city is ready to influx of the children to its schools? Did you have to open new schools or increase number of the classes in existing schools? What did you do to prepare city to this new school season? All schools of Lviv city will be opened on September 1st, and 78,600 people will go to school. 10% of them will be first graders. And if we speak about the first graders, more than 350 people will be the IDPs. So their family came to Lviv fleeing from the bombardments. So we have more than 2,000 pupils from IDPs families. We maximally make process of the enlistment easy. So like we did a survey among the parents. Majority of parents support the offline form of studying. One school in Lviv will be organizing distance learning for the pupils who are not able to attend the school. All schools in Lviv have properly equipped shelters. We allocated more than 50 million hryvnias to properly prepare them, and we will also adopt them for some emergency situations. So everything is working, everything is ready. For me, this issue is of top priority. Andriy Zagaluk, head of the education department, is besides me. And everyone who are coming to Lviv, they receive maximum support. All people are those we care about. Very positive news we hear from you. And we understand the challenge with for Ukrainian cities preparing shelters in schools. It was a challenge. Even like if the shelter is in different building, there are number of requirements to the shelter. For example, the schools where I studied, we have roughly 600 people at school, where the shelter is capable to accommodate all those pupils, where just for parents to understand how the child will be, child's day in the school will be when the air raid is announced. Like from the recently we see that the air raids are announced for half an hour maximum. So we are still thinking whether we will continue studying process during children's stay in the shelter. We're now talking to our psychology workers, so maybe they will have some activities inside the shelter, and once air raid is canceled, they can continue study process in the classrooms. Starting from the September 1st, there will be trainings conducting, and like for every child to know its particular place in the shelter. Every child should know where is water, toilet provided for them. From 170 schools, 111 have their own shelters, and the schools that don't have their own shelter, they have shelters in the buildings like 20, 30 meters away from the school, where we know approximate time of the approach of the rocket. For example, if we're talking from the Black Sea, the rocket is approaching in 30 minutes from Belarus, it's approaching in 15 minutes. So we have those minutes of time for the child to be able to get to the shelter, get to its place in shelter. So those shelters can operate even without central electricity supply. And in each shelter, we want to organize also some heating points, like because such heating points for people we organize only in residential apartment buildings, just in case on the attacks of our heat boiler stations. And so we are working, assessing the situation from various areas. And if we will have another attacks of Russian forces, and we will see the increase of IDPs in Lviv, because God forbid, but what will happen if you will have to accommodate more IDPs in Lviv? How you will make sure that schools will continue working as schools, not as places to accommodate IDPs? Now we have number of institutions which we refit to be capable to accommodate Ukrainian IDPs. We refitted number of locations like schools, theaters, gyms, libraries, and in case of a need, we can be a central hub to accommodate IDPs, and every communities should think about those opportunities. But we are not announcing publicly much this information, because not everything should be publicized. But as we prepared all our in the same manner as we were preparing places to accommodate IDPs in February, we are preparing to do it in case it will be needed again. Thanks God, the majority of schools in Lviv haven't been distracted. When we talk about changes you had to implement, how much did city spend on that? Maybe we can talk to the world about the help that we really need. What is the city's need for the educational purposes? All works we finance that are related to educational process, we finance from our city budget, and we allocated more than 40 million for the shelters. This year, we didn't conduct any major overhauls of the schools. Unfortunately, we cannot afford that. We have to our territorial defense to our armed forces. But if we want to be a full-fledged member of the EU, we want to start very serious positive changes in our educational system. Because if you compare studying process of children abroad and in Ukraine, you will see it's our specifics, because in my understanding, children are overloaded with the teaching process. And the attention is not put to to developing creativeness of a child. Our task for schools is when the child is graduating, the child should at least play one musical instrument or can sing. The child should know at least one foreign language, English plus wishfully to learn another second language. So we should work on increasing number of native speakers as teachers in our schools. Plus, Lviv is also a tourist is IT capital of Ukraine, and we want for IT schools to have certain basic IT knowledge in coding, for example. But in my opinion, the very important factor is that is not calculated properly. It's professional training. So, in my opinion, we have classes, IT clusters, we have machine building clusters, printing clusters, the businesses, and should build this chain: business, technical training, and primary technical education in secondary schools. So these linkages should be preserved and established, because we have certain opinions. Let's give issues of the technical educations to the oblast administrations. So for me, it's important that it remained under local authorities. Like, for example, let's take a higher education. Every city has 30, 40 higher education institutions, and a lot of graduates who cannot find a place on the job market. But this planning of education should be done from the secondary school educations. So in this situation, we should do everything possible to implement those changes. If we change ourselves, then we have the chance to excel. Thank you. But yes, because we speaking not only about restoration of infrastructure, but also about the quality of education. I urge everyone who is watching us, please ask your questions, write them in chat. We will have time for Q&As after end of the discussion. We have also people who went abroad. For example, they've been to Germany or they are on distance learning. They complain on lack of client-oriented approach, the Soviet-minded communication practices. Maybe maybe in certain schools there we have lack of motivations from the children, from teachers. So in Zhytomyr, we have at least 2 schools that were totally destroyed. Lyceum number 25, and we hear a lot that foreigners are joining to help rebuild them. Mr. Sergey, please tell how this process procedure is organized. We know that Estonian authorities promised to help with restoring that lyceum. How actively you cooperate with other partner cities or countries? Yes. Good day to everyone. Like an hour and a half, we just finished the educational conference in Zhytomyr. We conducted it in the shelter of school number 19. These are realities of today's situation. So September 1st we'll have in 2 days. So, and that's our reality. So we have two schools destroyed, and we've been into the dilemma whether to wait until the war will end and the state will have funds to rebuild them, or whether we should start the process of rebuilding this infrastructure in Zhytomyr. I want to say that so far, while the world has interest to Ukraine, we have to work on the fundraising. We understood that Lyceum number 25, it shouldn't be restored in the way it was built, because it was built during Soviet time, and its functionality was not up to the requirements that we want to that we put to educational institutions. So we don't want just to rebuild the walls. We want to build something new for children to have opportunity to study in the school of future, not school of tomorrow. And that's why we started from creating an international fund, and we worked on fundraising.
Quite many European countries and European cities, Gdynia, Malaga, Barcelona, and they said, fine, we're happy to help financially. After that, there was Confederation of Industrialists of Italy. Also with their help, we shall sign the contract with Venice University of Architecture for preparation of the working documents for the design of the school. It's important for us to go away from our understanding of a school, and to build a school of the future. Such new schools would be good from the point of the victory of Ukraine. But after the victory, we don't just return to what we had before, but we also have something newer, much newer. I communicate with parents and kids who have left for Poland, the Czech Republic, France, Italy. And honestly speaking, the attitude of children to school and educational process is not in favor of Ukraine, because they like to study in Europe, in the Netherlands, because they also have a different approach to education. We need to compete for children as we restore our schools and our curricula, those educational spaces. How to compete? I will quote some statistics from Poland. Now I am in Poland. I will say, thanks God, my kids are a smaller age. They don't have to go to school. Yet we have to deal with kindergartens right now. When in April there was information, it was in Polish media, that there are 700,000 children of school age. First, they were very open in order to receive Ukrainian children. Then, as I understood, they have limits about expansion of classes. They say 200,000. They don't understand from 1st of September how many children will they have. Yeah, the kids integrate, they understand and they like this approach to education. How to make sure if they study for a while here, of course, not just being limited to questions of security, how to provide the quality of education that would be competitive. After they go to other countries and join universities, they will understand that Ukrainian school education is on a good level. What kind of actions should we make to improve quality of education in Ukraine? This is the right question. In parallel with creating the fund that will be involved with rebuilding, a week ago, we were visited by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Portugal, the ambassador of Portugal to Ukraine, and they are ready to finance rebuilding schools in Zhytomyr. The Republic of Portugal will undertake to finance construction of schools in Zhytomyr city. In parallel with that process, with rebuilding the walls, we began to get involved with another process. It's important for us that this is a school, not a school of yesterday, but a school of the future. Under the Lyceum, we created a supervisory board. On 2nd of September, we shall approve that supervisory board as an ad hoc meeting of the City Hall, and that supervisory board will include interesting personalities, like head of the Small Academy of Science of Ukraine, also one of the winners of the Nobel Prize, the biochemist, English scientist, also head of the scientific programs of NASA, and many renowned people of the world. They said, well, it's not interesting for us to get involved with construction or fundraising. It's interesting for us to make something
як приклад приводити всім іншим.
Which can be quoted as an example to everybody else. So the job of the supervisory board is to provide for the level of education that would be totally different from what it was before. Moreover, today we are creating the team that they will work on within 6 to 8 months, standalone curriculum for Lyceum 25. After approval by the Ministry of Education, the Lyceum has the right to use its own curriculum. And this implies also studying mathematics and chemistry in 2 languages, English and Ukrainian, in parallel. Quite many other things which are necessary for the modern education, quite many chemical, physical labs, also IT, and many other things that we did not have at schools. And then one more thing, we understand that we cannot just dismiss all the teachers and enroll the new ones. Simply, we cannot find them. On the other hand, the mentality remains the same. Therefore, in parallel, as we rebuild the school in Zhytomyr, in the coming future, we shall organize the courses of high level for studying English language and other languages for personnel of the school. In parallel, the personnel of the school will normally Estonia and Finland will visit those countries in order to study the experience of education in those systems of education of Estonia and Finland. Also, management of school will study, because the management of the school, the approach was as to something not very obvious, yet this is very important. Therefore, the management will study separately. A destroyed school, on one hand, is a tragedy. On the other hand, there were no victims, and the walls can be rebuilt. I'm also happy that we shall not just rebuild the walls, also we shall have an opportunity to build absolutely new quality, and therefore we work on it. What you say is actually good for us because such supervisory board and such incentives for schools are very important. Probably in the next discussion, it will be also about the role of the teachers. And also we know that quite many teachers have left quite many cities, and the motivation must be interesting process and also appropriate working conditions. So we shall get back to the remuneration as well. This is also important for education. I remember when the process has started of having the basic schools, we as a foundation with USAID procured equipment for chemical classes, physical, biological, geographical classes. And we understood this equipment, state-of-the-art equipment, will not change education because the teachers must undergo proper training, and then we began to work on it, and then indeed this would give good results. I would like to ask also, this is a question on the both urbanistic and financial, and you also mentioned Portugal and also Tallinn, which is ready as to support, as I have read somewhere. I had meetings with the mayor of Cascais. They're ready to provide 500,000 euro to rebuild the schools in Bucha, as well as Irpin. There are some projects that they're ready to present to the cities, like as the architects, the urbanists, and Ukrainians criticize, because we need fast rebuilding, and we can see that some of the solutions and some of the plans of new buildings would require some approval with the urban planning version of the city. Are you doing that, that we don't turn into the cities where they some government presents a school like that? This is our design. They present a school like this with their design, and this will be chaotic even for the way the city looks like. You mentioned Tallinn, indeed. Instead of the destroyed kindergarten, they will present the kindergarten that can be assembled, and this is not very quality from the perspective of the construction norms. Of course, to cover the problem temporarily for the community, it's a good solution. And if you plan for the next 20 years, maybe the community will never build this kindergarten anew. For that design of the school, we shall expand it, and there is additional 1.5 hectares of land. It was decided by the city hall. It was important for us what is the name and who will do the design, because the school is located in the downtown area, 200 meters away from the place they stay. And for us, it is important that this indeed is a modern space which absolutely shows European approach to architecture and convenience of the educational process and may support it. I would like to thank for this.
And I will switch into English because I wanted you to hear Ukrainian mayors describing the problems. And we see that first we have the physical reconstruction, which is very costly, but there is also a big question of the quality of education, which also under the circumstances needs to be approved. Lots of teachers left, and they are also scared. They also care about their safety and the safety of kids. So, Jan, maybe the question will be to you first. At the website of your organization, I read about this right to quality education, and what might be your recommendation, what we should start from, how to improve it under the circumstances of this air alarms, and this basically war continuing even in the cities where there is no bombing happening every day.
Okay, thanks for having me. And let me first, before I go to your question, say thanks to all for organizing this. This is a really wonderful event, and I'm really happy to see so many different actors in this event. not only mayors, authorities, civil society, but even donors like ECHO are present in this event. So really happy to have this. I'm 30 years in the business of humanitarian support. I've been all over the world supporting countries and populations, but I must congratulate Ukraine. Few times I've seen such a resilience and energy from a society to bounce back and such an energy to go for it. Chernihiv, Kyiv is not the same as it was in March, April. If you go there, everything is cleaned, bridges are being built back, roads are being built back. And I would say this is the physical building back. I see an energy within the society to build back. This same event is one of these examples of building back. So really great to see that. When it goes to education, well, we have heard a lot of things about education from the former, even from the minister of Finland and also from Estonia. It's about building back better, but it's also building back in the new situation. It's about inclusiveness. It's about talking about democracy. It's about building to the quality to the future. But I would say let's build also durable solutions. It's not about building for next 6 months. We have to look at the long term. Now, in this particular context of Ukraine, it might be difficult to look at that because people are still wondering what will happen with this war, but it's still our duty to build back towards a longer term solution and working together on a solution for that. Inclusiveness, quality, digital learning, although I would say from our lessons learned in Chernihiv, it's not only digital, this is a complete solution. The joy and the trust that I could hear from parents and from children on the ground to go back to the class over summer activities was so joyful and so important that I think we have to go and formula. So digitalization might be for the future, also to keep on bringing in the refugee children that are in other countries. So yeah, there's a lot at stake here and a lot to go for. Quality education is key, quality inclusion of lessons, and the right to education is definitely there. I mean, for humanitarian responses, I think it has been proven that, especially in over the last 10 years, that education and going back to school is part of a humanitarian quality response. Going back to school gives stability to children, gives, again, a rhythm. It gives future, it gives hope, it gives trust. Trust is a buzzword that I have heard in Kyiv and Chernihiv over and over again. People have trust again. So yeah, it's about that. It's a right to quality education. I had some critics about how the system was before. So it's good to keep as a society in Ukraine reflecting on all the education system that there was, the one we want in this new setting, and the one that will be. It's good to keep reflecting on our society in Ukraine, how it will be and how it will evolve to the future. It's good to understand that the education system and the civil society is driven by the Ukrainians themselves, definitely in Ukraine with such strong authorities and strong civil society. That's the way forward. We as civil society from Finchurch, we are happy to support, but the ownership is still with the Ukrainians as such. I hope that was a response on your question.
Yes, and very interesting angle also because, you know, in my childhood in Ukraine, it was basically the aim in school was to bring the best marks. You know, I was even told that there is only 2 or 5. It's like the worst and the best mark, but 4 was considered already like something mediocre, so not good. But now what I see, and last year I also like wrote a book and we have it a bit in schools for allowing children to learn about cities, about the processes of water, pollution, who is the city authorities. And basically it's about building the communities through schools, you know, because they are also not only observers of this city-related processes, you know, and we have mayors here as participants, but also they are participants. So the question is how maybe we can help to reinforce and still transform schools as kind of community centers. You know, it's maybe even easier in smaller cities, but how to ensure that children are also engaged into city process, and then their requirements for both education and quality of services in the cities will increase as well. Maybe you have some advice or some experience on how to do this as well.
Well, first of all, it's the Ukrainian society that has to decide which is the system they want for the schools. But I heard Anna, I think, saying that schools are at the heart of a society, and I believe that's as such. So if you go for future and hope and trust, definitely a school plays a big role. If you go for healing, even psychosocial support, definitely it's over teachers and caretakers that you want to do that, not to have the ripple effect that the next generation still have to take the consequences of this war. I myself, I'm a child of a father who was in the Second World War, and I still see some ripple effect from that inside me. So let's make sure that we learn from that lesson, learn from that time ago, so that we build to this in the best extent. But yeah, I think the school is key in a society for development, can play a role. I think I don't remember who said, but it's not somebody said it's not a transaction of giving academic information. It's much more than it. It's your know how to behave, how to socialize. It's much more than that. It's also for the parents a way to meet again and to look at trust. So yeah, I definitely think that the school plays a huge role in the reconstruction, reconciliation, and the whole building back to the better extent of a society.
Thank you, Jan. We also saw basically in some cities after the city was liberated, then the community was going on streets and clearing streets, was really engaged, and we saw it in many cities. And children are very much involved in all the processes. Children are collecting money and donating to the army. So that's basically everything changed, and the childhood changed. The question probably to Kasper, what would you see as the project, like what you think could be effective projects of engaging community to the reconstruction? Even when we speak about schools, or some other centers for education, maybe somehow children, their parents can be involved as volunteers. There should be some research on what they want to build it, how the quality should be. Maybe that would also answer the question what the expectations are, and especially for people who left for some time abroad, who had experience living abroad, and they saw maybe in some cases very different standards. Maybe you could help us in probably seeing what could be potential projects on engaging the community through education also to the reconstruction.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me on the panel today. Before I answer your question, I just want to echo what Jan was also saying. I think it's a hugely important conference, and I think there's been a lot of really insightful insights today and a lot of food for thoughts. I think from a planned perspective and from a sort of like the engagement of the children in all of our programming, and especially in education programming, is extremely important. So when we talk about schools, when we talk about other education, it's really about involving the community. It's really about involving the voice of the children, the voice of the youth, and I think it actually it goes back to also, I think, this conference today. I think I really want to appreciate also the organizers of the conference for the diversity of the panels that we've had today, because I think having worked for Save the Children and now Plan International here in Ukraine for the last 5 months, I think education partners in general, we have been very successful at setting up a coordination mechanism on the sort of national level, engaging with the Ministry of Education, engaging with the education partners around. And I think where we still have some ground to cover is now to engage with the on a more on a more local level with the mayors, and I think it's a very important to recognize that in Ukraine, what Anna Novosad was also referring to, the sort of the decentralized education system, right? So I think this is a great opportunity also to hear from the mayors, to hear from the communities, to hear from the children also how they see international education partners as Plan and Church Aid and others, how we can actually support, because we are coming in with a lot of expertise and know-how from other contexts, but we are also coming in a Ukrainian context, and it's really for us to now to sit together and to understand exactly how can we actually how can we support this.
But you've been in Ukraine for some time, yes? You were having projects in Ukraine. Maybe you already see some at least areas where your experience could be helpful, or like what are the needs of Ukrainian citizens? Because sometimes from inside we can hardly see some things. That's why we have experts from outside. Like who could be observers, who could be analyzing the problems or weaknesses or strengths. Maybe there's already something that you notice. I also learned from some friends of mine, like very personal statistics. Yes, one woman living from Kyiv, she basically said that 12 of her friends are moved abroad. 10 of them are staying there because the kids went to schools and they were perfectly integrated, and their knowledge of foreign languages and the materials was enough. So basically it proves the education was good. Then I don't know whether it was private schools or public schools, but that's already a good indicator. So, and then I think the mayor of Zhytomyr, yes, was saying that we are competing for people, for these new talents, so we would need to really prepare the system to have them back.
I think sorry, was that a question?
Yes, the question is, maybe you already have some suggestions about the needs of what should be improved even in Ukraine to compete for people, especially locals, to come back.
Yes, thank you very much. I think first of all, Plan and a lot of other partners are also working for Ukrainian children in the neighboring country, and I think that's good to hear that Ukrainian children are being integrated into school system where they are currently living, because we need to, of course, to encourage the learning of the children that are in Ukraine and that are in the neighboring countries. I think one thing that is extremely important for Plan is the well-being of the children. To create the safe learning environment, you need to focus on the well-being of the children. And to create that well-being of the children, we really need to look at the well-being of the teachers. So how do we help teachers in this extremely difficult? Also, it's a new task for a lot of teachers. Also, they're not only tasked with the education task of these children, they are also dealing with a lot of children that have been in stressful situations. So how do we help teachers dealing with their own well-being, but also helping the children sort of bounce back from some of the stressful experience that they have been through. So how do we sort of how do we look at our mental health and psychosocial support intervention equipment, teachers for that? And how do we, I think what you were saying here was also one of the key thing why when you're asking Ukrainians living elsewhere, what are the sort of like the decisive factor for whether they would come back to Ukraine? Education is one of the key points, right? So I think it is that how do we create this safe learning environment so that Ukrainian parents feel that they can send their children to school for quality education in a safe environment where there's a focus on well-being both for the teachers and the students.
Thank you. And this reminds me of my conversations with the two mayors here in Poland, the mayor of Lublin and the mayor of Gdańsk. And basically, the education is one of the key also factors for economic development. And I will switch again to Ukrainian and explain it. Тому що коли ми зустрічалися з
Because when we met this mayor of Gdańsk and Lublin, it's education. This is a relocation of Ukrainian business.
офіси світових компаній.
These cities in Poland, they compete for education for the citizens, and it's not a secret that the workers of IT sector, they are moving to the places where there are nice conditions, but also where the children can attend international schools, can get proper quality education. So they emphasize the role of the universities. When the companies are relocating, they say that we have strong universities, they will give you employers in future. And I wanted to go back to the Ukrainian cities representatives, in particular Chernihiv. Chernihiv perished a lot in this war. How I know you have a lot of tasks on this physical reconstruction of the infrastructure. 70% of schools have been damaged. The beginning of May, it's all statistics, that you had 44% of pupils physically present in the school, in the city. But maybe it's time to think how to enable this linkage between the secondary school, high school, and business, how to implement it in rebuilding Chernihiv. Indeed, Chernihiv suffered a lot of damages, and a lot of educational facilities were damaged. 25 secondary schools out of 34, and 37 out of 54 kindergartens were damaged. We have separate schools where we need to replace hundreds of windows, 300 and more windows. We have certain city districts like Podusevska, where Russian aviation and artillery totally destroyed 2 schools, and 1 school was severely damaged. So school number 13 was damaged a lot. So it was having a task to preserve the generation of children who also psychologically suffered from the warfare. Me personally, as a city mayor, I'm setting up the task to prepare as many educational institutions as possible for offline education process. Everything, of course, requires financing and funding. Currently, from our own 2.5 billion of budget revenues that we were planning to receive as a city, we will not receive approximately half of that sum. And we spend a lot on preparing residential property, because from the city budget, we must restore residential buildings, and another 215 million hryvnia we had to allocate for restoring educational facilities. We city as that before the war showed very good rate of development, and people believed in development of our city. For me, it's difficult to see that we unfortunately are talking not about development or about improving the quality of the schools, not where when children go to the school, not to get the grade, but to communicate with their peers for this road of learning to be interesting for them. Unfortunately, we are now concentrated on physical restoration of the schools, like schools to refit their basements as shelters. Out of 34 schools, 24 are now being prepared to open their doors for pupils in the classes. And notwithstanding to all the risks, my opinion is that we should promote restoration to the offline studying. That's why I'm inviting representatives of international donor organizations of European countries to visit Chernihiv, and in discussions, in visiting the current situation in the city, I think for us it would be much easier to finalize the priorities and where you can find opportunities to help city of Chernihiv. That was the frontline city, and that played an important role at the beginning of full-scale warfare in defending Ukraine, and therefore perished a lot. Thank you for attention. Mr. Vladislav, my question is about the funding. Cities that perished a lot, because previously we spoke to your colleague from Lviv. He mentioned that they were able to prepare and fund the preparation of shelters from the city budget. Your city has a lot of, there was damaged much lot. And Mr. Sergey, he mentioned that they're working with the sister cities. And what's the most effective mechanism for your city, for other cities to involve fundings? For example, at our last summit of mayors, Mayor of Tirana, he urged business circles in supporting rebuilding education. So he was, I know business now supporting armed forces a lot. Maybe you already see certain mechanism on how to do fundraising from abroad. For me, it's difficult to comment because not all mayors of the cities have opportunity to go abroad. Unfortunately, but I'm sure that would be the key component when you talking in personal to your counterpart and explaining the variance of cooperation. And however, I hope that this conference, where I have pleasure to attend, is bringing more attention of big donor organizations, business entities that could provide assistance to particular institutions or schools or in a broader way. Our task is to be open, is to ensure transparency of the use of the funds, and if we talk about large-scale funding, to talk about that, we have to talk that utilizations of these funds to be overseen by the donor, to have access, for the donors to have access to all steps of implementation of the project until children are getting into the class. So to be maximally open. With regards to the experience of other cities, of course, all mayors are learning from the best practices of their counterparts. We have examples when we received financing, for example, $500,000 from people of Taiwan. Certain separate donor organization helped us, but establishment of some like military fund wouldn't be a successful experiment, but we should work. One more time, I want to emphasize that we have to reopen opportunity to the city mayors to go abroad for fundraising, and I think in this way the fundraising would be more effective. In general, I can say that I am sure that if there is such an opportunity, I invite representatives of big international companies, representatives of donor companies to visit Chernihiv. We have very interesting and I would say great history of our city, and to be a part of restoring certain sector of the our education infrastructure, because children are our future. That would be a big honor. And in my opinion, if I was a chair or owner of some business structure, and there was a war in the country that is fighting not only for itself but also for the values by protecting Europe, I would join such initiative. And thank you very much. If someone has questions, please write them in the chat. Oh, yes, we have.
The question is to you. Plan international works all over the world. That is why I would like to hear. Wait. That's it. I would like to hear your thoughts on this item. For what reason is it appropriate now the world society choose an investment in the rebuilding of Ukrainian schools and not in overcoming hunger in West Africa? Do you find your idea how could this choose be also beneficial for the society in general, and also the overcoming other challenges such as hunger? Oh, that's very interesting, because it's about global. Basically, why would you choose financing or supporting reconstruction or like education in Ukraine instead of helping to fight hunger in West Africa?
Thank you very much. I'm actually just typing the answer to this question. It was a long answer, so I'll put it in the chat box. I think it's very shortly. I think it's it's difficult to prioritize. I mean, we mustn't prioritize between children in Africa, children in Ukraine. I think it's important that we need to support both the children in Ukraine and the children in Africa. And it is one of the things that Plan and others are advocating to donors, of course, not to sort of to take the funds. So Plan has a very strong focus on the hunger crisis, as well as the focus on the children in Ukraine. Of course, I would elaborate a little more on the answer in the chat box. But I would actually like to pose a question also to maybe to the mayors for the cities here, because you were asking me how can Plan, how can organizations, Finn Church Aid and Plan and other international partners, how can we support in Ukraine with the education system? And I would actually like to pose that question back to maybe to my colleagues here in the panel, to the mayors. How do they see that Finn Church Aid, Plan, other international access education can best support here, and also maybe I would like to also how they see the sort of like the coordination, what kind of coordination, collaboration between the mayors, the authorities, the international and national education partners, and donors as well. So those are the two questions that I would like to ask them.
Отже, питання до українських міських голів, так, тобто два. В чому може бути потрібно?
Two questions. Where the support of donor agencies is needed, and what is the coordination between yourselves and the government for this rebuilding? We still have 1 minute. By another watch, we have no more time. Maybe very briefly you can answer this. Mr. Sergey, Mr. Yuri. If we speak about the donor support, indeed, I would like to thank UNICEF for preparation of bomb shelters. We are helped greatly by UNICEF, and tomorrow head of the fund will be in Zhytomyr, will visit Zhytomyr. With that, we could equip the ventilation systems of quite many bomb shelters and quite many shelters in schools. Yes, the funds are needed, and yes, first of all, we need programs. The programs for refreshment, training of our education, professional development programs, management, school management programs, everything what will help making our education modern. Thank you. Yuri, are you with us?
Yes.
So, Vladislav, I would support supporting what my colleague said before. I would like to thank all the donor agencies that were involved in supporting of restoring education in the city of Chernihiv. Yet I would like to emphasize that the different conditions, there were different patterns of Russian aggression in various cities. And this has caused different problems and different views of the priorities in the educational process, like renewal of the educational process. In the city of Chernihiv nowadays, I can tell you again, having less than 1/2 of the planned revenues of the city budget. Indeed, we can speak about the programs of professional development or any other programs, and yet nowadays it is important to physically rebuild those premises where one can receive the education. This is a priority, and we need money for that. Thank you.
Мені здається, що десь двоє учасників вже, мабуть, закінчився.
Probably the participants have run out of time. I'm really very grateful instead of the outcomes, instead of the summary, I would say we really need the support of the world and of ourselves. We need to support ourselves, and we do that. We involve our communities. I will try to formulate this in a good way. I believe that by investing into education, whether it's in Ukraine or in Africa, as the question was asked, we invest into the future. That will be with no hunger, because we shall teach the children how to live. We shall teach them creativity. We saw how great role that Ukraine plays, and we saw it with the war, how important it was for the agricultural market, because Ukrainian products were exported, how strong Ukrainian exports was. Our job is to educate the young people that they will be cool in every sphere, whether they become farmers or if they become IT, or they become teachers or they become artists, because this is the way to the future, as Mr. Sukhomlin said before, Sergei Sukhomlin said before, and we are bound to do that. One can provide a lot of humanitarian support, but anyway, it will end at some point. The priorities will change. Yet we need to teach the children to live in this world, to live in the way they want at a certain level of well-being. And I believe the best investment into the future is the investment into the education at every level. I would like to thank the organizers, and yet I would like to thank also the mayors who are fighting for it, who look for funding. I would like to thank the teachers who, in spite of everything, actually are fighting and helping under different conditions, and also in the bomb shelters. And it demonstrates how resilient we are, and yet we need to stay united with the rest of the world, that our future becomes even better. I'd like to thank everyone who was involved. I hope the next event will be about how many schools, how many educational establishments have been restored, and how good and successful are Ukrainian
Thank you.
Питання відновлення місць сьогодні надзвичайно важливе. Я дуже дякую учасникам.
I would like to thank the participants of this discussion. Yet next to restoring of the cities, it's important to start the educational process in few days, in spite of the security situation, and to provide for quality education of our children. This will be discussed on the next panel. In a few minutes, the moderator of the discussion, head of the Olena Severichuk, head of the Saved Education Charitable Foundation.
Хвилиночку, зараз ми перемкнемося на нашу модераторку Олену.
Now we're going to switch to our moderator, Olena. Good afternoon. We shall wait for another 2 minutes because we expect the speakers to join at 15:10 as it was planned. We're going to start, and yet everybody who has spent so many hours listening to our conversations would make a cup of tea or a glass of water. We shall start in 2 minutes. at our discussion devoted to education during the war. During the first panel discussion, we have touched upon the topics which are about the government policies and how the world can unite around supporting Ukraine. And the second panel was quite productive and interesting with mayors of the cities who have discussed the problems of their cities, the main points of their cities, and myself, as a person who had worked with teachers and parents, was looking for our panel. I was looking for our panel because the teachers and parents are people directly involved with schools, those who create the change locally, and those who bear greatest responsibility these days. Together, we shall discuss what are the issues for parents, what are the issues for teachers, what decisions can we prepare. I call them common sense decisions. Mr. Topola, father of the kids, leader of antibodies, banned two of his children are school children. The winner of Teacher Global Prize of 2019, Natalia Kidalova, also winner of Global Teacher Prize, the teacher Ukrainian language and literature, Artur Pruitakov. Artur represents now the private school. By the way, this is one of the interesting areas of discussion, how the public and private schools approach their security situation and generally the organization of the educational process. Lyubov Zalibovska, head of the educational direction of Global Organization, and Olena Yakovchuk, who is receiving now the headset. She is director of school number 3 of the city of Chernihiv. This school, during the bombardments in March, has received 400 Chernihiv residents in its bomb shelter. And the voice of the administration is also very important and very interesting to hear how those processes are organized today, because school administrations now have great responsibility. I will start with the general one. I will refer to Taras as a father. We all are mothers and fathers, and this question is about all of us. So Taras, before the war, before the full-scale war, you mentioned more than once that the government has to make education as a national idea, and they supported education. Also, you spoke about raising prestige of the teacher's profession, that this is very important as a key person in education. Due to the full-scale war and those changes that are now happening in the society, as most probably the country has no opportunity to invest into education the way it could before the full-scale war, whether you still believe, whether your opinion did not change about it, and what should be the priorities nowadays of the government in view of the change that takes place, and how to balance that. Can you hear me? Can you? I'm happy to be present at this conference. I would like to thank for the invitation. As the government cannot focus enough attention on education and finance the educational sector due to the war, I believe that even before the war, they did not finance. And the reason, as I believe, was not the war. But today, nobody in the government does not understand the importance of education. The problem of education is also that we are living in such a system of coordinates where the horizon of planning is one budget year, and education is a strategic thing. In order to plan its education and also move development of education forward, to analyze and finally to measure the efficiency, the years are needed. And also the long-term strategy, long-term sustainable strategy is needed. This did not happen during the war, at least before the war, the reform. And I did not hear a single time that the main accent is the development of the state, and correlation of success of the state is not related to education, at least in some public statements or strategies at the level of higher political leadership. As I believe, this was and is a big problem because in spite of having the war and the education will lack money, our country is in the situation when the education and innovations comprehensively is the only way that will take our country at least to the condition that we can catch up with the civilized world in this development. Brains, education, innovations, this can push our country forward, and making it rather fast. Therefore, I'm focusing on education, and the education is a teacher on the top, and yet this is a triangle between, not a triangle, but a square. The teacher, educationalist, and the state, and also the student, and also there are parents, the family or one of the parents. In that square, so I separated teacher from the government, so the teacher is a conductor for state interest. Yet teacher is not the legislator. The teacher is the one who promotes the will of the state on the strategic level and the tactical level. So therefore it's a square, I would say. In that square, there is a future success of the country. Of course, there is economics, and of course there is armed forces. All that deserves attention. Yet education of the young generation, as I believe, is paramount. Therefore, during the war, I can tell you honestly, there is a narrative that culture is important. And during the war, one cannot leave culture aside. To the great extent, I support that narrative and that statement. And for me, it's most important, the statement during the war. We don't have the right to leave education with no attention. I believe that this is an axiom. It must be obvious for everyone that this must not be explained. And yet, we are forced to explain and decide. The strategic plans were presented for education, and the least amount of financing from every sphere, which required this government financing. Therefore, how to knock the door and how to convey the importance of education, this is a question with a star. It's important to understand that the state of financing is not a panacea, because the state may provide billions that will just dissolve in the Soviet leftovers of the educational system. We understand how universities work, how the system is built. Our educationalists, or those who manage the educationalists, can spend the billions of the budget, but the question is about efficiency of spending. Education of the future starts not with financing, though it's very important. It begins with change of the paradigm, change of the approach towards how to use that money, what for, what is the objective, what will be the value, what is more important, what is less important. That's obvious. Of course, civic initiatives are great helpers to the state. Also, the reform of new Ukrainian school would help to implement, were helped by NGOs. And we understand that we need to make the synergy and build that system together and work on the change of paradigm that you have discussed. because we must start with that. If to move to more practical things, more practical discussion, because this is about also the topic of the decisions that are important for us due to the war. First, I would like to talk from the perspective of readiness of schools to the beginning of new academic year. Olena, it's not easy for us. The most difficult thing for the head teachers, because you as administration, school directors, because you are responsible preparedness of school, safety of children and teachers, and taking decisions that top leadership is not ready for. This is delegated to schools. Also, the parents must work as they aspire for education of their children and take care of their safety. And also the teachers who are also parents. And also the question was raised on the panel that quite many teachers have left the country and they do not return to Ukraine so far. I talk to quite a lot of directors, and to me they are superheroes. Chernihiv is a city which has absorbed the offense on Kyiv. Its neighbors to Belarus, the infrastructure was damaged tremendously. More than half of the schools were damaged. 2 of the schools were destroyed completely. So what are the challenges for the new academic year for you as head teachers, as school directors? You hear the voices of everyone, the voices of parents and the voices of children and the voices of teachers, parents and children. Thank you. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to participate in this important event. Indeed, this is important. This is a concern to all participants of educational process as well as the community. Every year, directors of every institution have prepared schools to the new academic year. And every time we dreamed, we planned for development. For example, before 24th, we dreamed to enroll 7 first grades. We dreamed of growing. Instead, 3 of our students have died during independent evacuation. 11 teachers have dismissed due to the circumstance that they cannot continue to operate efficiently or stay so remotely or in the area where it's not possible to connect to the internet and to do even online education. 4 technical workers have also quitted for the same circumstances. So we now have losses. We plan development of our facilities. This year we won the participatory budget in our school. We expected new equipment for both workshops. We wanted to make the pottery shop, to make ceramics, a ceramic shop. Also specialized classes we dreamed about for 3 years. The city government, in discussion with teachers, made budgetary requests. With the help of Department of Education, they have distributed specialized classes like biology department, biology class, linguistic class. Instead, we had to build the bomb shelters. We had to build the places where we can keep the lives of our children safe, as well as of the teachers. Of course, we are grateful to the government that they can hear us, and the schools that have basements are covered by the project of capital repair of bomb shelters. Therefore, not only with technical personnel or parents of teachers that we can change those basements that they did become at least partially comfortable. I don't speak of being safe, and it will be possible to have 2 capitally repaired shelters. At the same time, along with shelters, we have received the challenge, how the choice of the form of education by parents. Because our city hall here, so the community, and it cooperates, and therefore parents or teachers or students have the choice whether to have offline or online or family form of education. And everybody has used such a right. At the same time, with choice of such a form, everybody wanted to have their own teacher, their own head teacher, the classroom where they have studied. So everybody saw in the group that in every classroom there were three at least vision, both family, both remote, both offline. Some families have changed the request several times because people are concerned. They hesitate which form to choose. They come to see the bomb shelters. They are worried if the kid can stay at home if they choose online. Those who chose offline say that they know for sure if the kid will be at school, the bomb shelter will be provided in the lowest floor of the school, the safest one. I beg your pardon. Oh, a clarification question. In your school, do you have the bomb shelter, right? And it is equipped. And yet in the city, what is the situation? And what other directors of schools say, your colleagues? Because not in Chernihiv, not every school has a bomb shelter and can provide for security. Of course not. There are schools, the former basements, which were re-equipped into shelters for a small number of children. And we can accept as many children at the same time as can be contained in the shelter. Those who don't have the shelters, or not for the right number, or those schools that were destroyed during the full-scale aggression of Russian Federation, those schools can only provide for remote and family form. And the students will be connected to those educational establishments who have the shelters. For example, 3 classes will be shifted from the neighboring school number 20, and they will operate in our premises. And the same will happen with every school. This is planned with the educational department, together with head teachers, and they choose their school in the closest vicinity to provide for the form of education of children, and also equal access to quality education to all students. Thank you, Artur. Your son Marco is too small and he does not go to school. And yet, hypothetically, a question to you as a father, would you please allow your kid, your son, to go to school offline? Or what kind of format would you choose for your kid? Thank you for this question. I would like to welcome all participants of the panel discussion. Actually, the question is very personal. It's very subjective. Maybe during the time of the full-scale war for the 6 months plus, my answer would change several times, honestly speaking. As of today, I am now in Kyiv. I would say yes, indeed, I would like my son to go offline. And I well understand those parents who categorically say no. And they take decisions that the kid must study in a safe environment beyond Ukraine, outside of Ukraine, during this time and till the end of the active phase of the armed hostilities. Therefore, I would say yes, I would allow to study offline. Yet for me, the question of security would be decisive. I understand the educational programs, educational plans, pedagogical work, and yet I would put safety first. I would inquire into the condition of the shelter. I would inquire into the mechanism of reaction of the teachers and employees and teachers to the signals of air alarms and how those signals operate, whether it's an SMS in the mobile attachment, or maybe this is an alarm for the entire school. I would have focused on that. For you as a father, as I know, your senior son, Roman, went to school in Ukraine before the full-scale war. Am I right? Roman and Marco went to school and kindergarten. Next to our house, there is an educational facility where we could, starting from kindergarten and till the end of the primary school, to teach our children. They were in one group and then in one class over this period. And Roman moved to the third grade. Marco was preparing to the first grade. And they have studied until the 24th of February. Currently, they are in the United States with my parents in their private house. Since May, they went to American school. Marco goes for the first time to school, and Roman has simply changed the class from Ukrainian into American. This is a different workload, a different system, and the language which is decisive. It was difficult for him to adopt. And now, from the 1st of September, they go to school, and we took a decision that we shall study remotely in Ukrainian school. We shall fulfill Ukrainian language, Ukrainian literature, mathematics in Ukrainian school, and in parallel, so we study in the American school. Of course, it will be a huge burden for children, as well as Olena and my grandmother, who will trying to settle all that story. Yet we took a decision that we have to do it, because we are confident that from 1st September of next year, they will return back, and they will need to be aware of Ukrainian curriculum. And this is what we plan to do in the coming academic year. What will be for you the key thing to take a decision? Whether the family can be returned, the family can return to Ukraine. That in Ukraine, one can start the new academic year, because you say this is the next September, this is 1 year. And we are all watching how those people who have left Ukraine and study abroad postpone such decisions. First it was May, followed by June, then September, now they speak of December, and the others in 1 year. And we understand that those terms can be extended, because there are certain circumstances that will stop them from coming back to Ukraine. For you as a father, what will be the criteria that they can return, one can go to Ukrainian school? Most probably this will be subjective. It will be based on the set of factors. In principle, they are generally known. The decision will depend on how the events will unfold on the front line. This decision will depend on the number of alarms in the city of Kyiv, because we live in Kyiv. Everything will be measured by safety of children. If I feel and understand that Kyiv is quite safe, with my wife, we shall take them back, and they will return back, because education of children, this is for us not just the moment of them going to school. Going on 1st September to school, this is changing the lifestyle, because everything is around that. Everything is around education and development. If we can see and if we understand, if I, for example, understand that it is now safe enough for Olena and children to return back and to join this normal lifestyle as it was before the war, we shall obviously do that. Yet my horizon of planning is 1 year. I don't see any prerequisite for them to return back to Kyiv. Actually, this is a horizon of planning which is quite big. We say that strategic planning. We were used to the full-scale war, and now has reduced to 1 or 2 weeks as we take decisions for. And of course, education requires more long-term strategic planning. But nevertheless, Natalia and Artur, could you please, I would like to refer to you. You are now talking with voices of Ukrainian teachers, and yet I have just came to the thought that actually I teach it about children. I regret we did not invite the children, maybe senior grade students. Good ideas come after something has happened, usually, There are no kids with us today, yet they are on chats, on telephones, and you surely communicate with them. And their voice is very important. I speak for primary school children. The parents took usually decisions. Senior grade students have their own opinion. So what your children say, what they are concerned about. Natalia, shall we start with you? Because Natalia is a teacher of Melitopol school. Now she lives in Kropivnitsky, and those are children who have stayed behind in Melitopol, and partially they went throughout Ukraine and Europe. What the children tell you, whom have you taught before 24th of February? First of all, I would like to welcome everyone. I'm happy to be here among the participants of our panel discussion. Children speak about victory. Children speak of their dreams. The dream of the children is to return to their hometown because many of them like foreign schools because there are some advantages, quite many advantages, and yet they would like to be back home. And of course, going to school as a building. They would like offline. They lack communications. They lack meetings. Also, the difference of the time that exists between us. Those are the main thoughts. Not only about education, also about victory and coming back home. Of course, it's difficult for them to understand that we cannot return in 24th. Everything will be different. However, it will be easier for them back home. We shall restore everything, and this is the main thing the children think about. Some of the children went abroad with parents. Some of them are in the territory under control of Ukraine, and there are children who stay in the occupied territory. If to speak about what is concerned for myself, how to make children in the occupation safe, as they want to study remotely under Ukrainian curricula. If to take our region, Melitopol city, Melitopol district, more than 10,000 children were enrolled into the remote program under Ukrainian curriculum. And among them, there are children who did not leave and they take the risk to study in Ukrainian school. For all children, there is the remote platform on them. There are materials. This is a platform which was developed by city administration. This is our platform. Our government has helped civic organizations, and the teachers were involved. This is our local initiative. On the final stage, there is an online curriculum, online lessons, group and individual consultations. They will use closed remote platforms that children enter under the password. At the same time, every school will take their decisions about organization of education. We shall also organize education, and this will be the alternative for the student. First, they can choose a more convenient time for themselves, whether they study on the common platform or they will visit the lessons organized by the school. This is about autonomy and participation of everyone in such decisions with involvement of teachers and students. It's all different: strategy, communication, organization of the process. The main thing is liaison, and this connected to the name of our group, to hear and to listen. This interaction, as I believe, helps. It helps to communicate, and it helps to support. This is the media, this is the environment. We are geographically and time-wise separated, and yet we communicate and we support our community. We have common values and we have common objective, and we communicate about this. Simply, I thought what I mentioned about the name of our panel. I believe that today, in spite of the war which is around us, we began to restore. We began to restore the educational process. And the biggest impact on the quality and efficiency will be made by the liaison of teachers, government representatives, civic organizations, international foundations, all kinds of stakeholders. I would compare that with some kind of scaffolding, some temporary structure to support ourselves. As soon as it gets stronger and will become stronger, then we can make step back. But nowadays, we need to work together, not only on operational tasks. This is also important here and now, and also to think strategically of what will be ahead of us. People in Africa say to grow a child, we need a village. Only in cooperation we can overcome those challenges and do that successfully. The purpose of our discussion, all three discussions, for everyone who create changes in Ukraine, who operate in the reality of the war, and those who can help in it. You have quoted the question of the platform the city has prepared for education of children. They have prepared it at their own risk. We all know how on the occupied territory they force children to start the academic year in schools under Russian curricula. Is it really necessary? There is an opportunity to discuss it. There are representatives of international donor agencies. You work quite a lot, not only as a teacher, also you have active civic position, and you work with the Department of Education. What support would be needed to organize a process for children who are on the occupied territory, or they have left and they can be brought together? What kind of support would you need from our partners? If to take just our region, as I understand, our city, it's again difficult. There was the aspect that we did not invite any of their students to hear from them. To resolve that, I have some subjective opinion. Yet we need to bring together the needs, because maybe there are some urgent ones. It's not possible to cover all the needs. There must be some priorities. The first one is safety. If there is some opportunity to put children in safety, as they will connect from the occupied territory, and yet, as I understand, this is not that realistic to do. It must be something that will provide for sustainability of such a platform. I can say that the teachers who will prepare the materials for the platform, who are involved in their schools, this is also the burden. I like generally the program. It is called Intelligent Tutoring System. It operates successfully in the educational institutions of the United States of America. It creates personalized tasks according to the capabilities, the style, preferences, and hobbies of children. and it also proposes personalized feedback. This is an auxiliary system I dream about. A child who came to American school, and the kid had to answer 20 questions on the first day. And the questions were about not their curriculum. What you would like to play with, how do you spend your free time, what are your favorite characters. It was not clear why there are such questions. And later they understood that during the remote education, all the tasks were personalized. There were those characters in those tasks which were preferred by the kid. And such things would be useful. Also, as I understand, this would be focused projects, also help with technical facilities, because the teachers who left the occupied territories, even they could not take with them their notebook computers because everything was checked on the blog posts, and this is a problem. And we understand with one telephone is not possible. Even such a support with equipment would not be unnecessary, and it would support sustainability of such educational innovations that we are trying to do. We come together every week, and everything is new. Everything what we plan will change. Flexibility is important. Thank you for quoting such needs. They are quite obvious and specific. This is development of the platform for children to study. This is also a security situation with using that platform. And also gadgets for teachers who have left the occupied territories and still have to continue educating the children. So Arthur, as far as the children are concerned, so what are the attitudes of the children from your school? You also have a story related with the war. In 2014, you have left Lugansk region. You have not been there for 8 years. Do you communicate with children who have remained there or possibly moved somewhere? And what is their attitude? Actually, what I have to say, this year, 2022, I had very good graduation. I was the first teacher of the graduating grade. We invited Taras Polik, and he can also quote all the moments of the meeting. And this talented graduation, also children who wanted to join Ukrainian universities had to join universities abroad in parallel. Most of them have decided to study abroad for the purposes of security, taking into account the further prospects. We need also to discuss that. I have senior grade students who returned back offline in Kyiv since September of 2022. Some of the kids, substantial part of the kids, do not return to the education. And here we need to allocate the factor of boys. So the boys of 9th, 10th, 11th grade, frankly speaking, are not rushed to return back to Ukraine, or even they plan that the first semester they will study in Ukraine. For the second semester, when they will be 17, 18 years old, they will leave abroad. This is actually a problem, and this is an important question. And Fedor Zaiba, the professor of Uzhgorod University, has raised that matter. Senior grade students will hardly stay here till the end of the school in the full scope, and such a problem does exist. About those children who have decided to remain in Ukraine, city of Kyiv, and ready to study offline, actually, I cannot say their requests have changed. The children have changed. Ukrainian language, Ukrainian literature before 2024, and now those are different perceptions of the material. different perceptions of the pieces. The pieces of literature have different perception compared to what was before the full-scale invasion. It depends on us how we can guide our resources, that we can make children interested with educational materials. They would like to study, they would like to gain their knowledge and information. The only thing, the question of safety and security is a priority. And secondly, Olana, you mentioned before that we speak about the unity in different spheres, the teachers, the community, as well as the international organization, the city government. I believe that we have to say that everyone must do a little bit more. Not just reading out the lesson, but also have more contents of it. Not just coming on 1st of September by city government to cut the ribbon and open the shelter. They need to get involved with the control and with cooperation every time, not only on the 1st of September and 14th of October, or big public holidays. They need to stay in touch, then they can provide for results. The children who would like to go offline, they're ready to do that. I can tell you also that any crisis is a window of opportunity. Whatever it sounds immoral, yet we have the opportunity when our classes are not overburdened with the number of children. We have a bit fewer children compared to what we had before. And we have the opportunity to try to improve the quality, try to improve the organization of educational process, taking into account the interest of children and the actual needs. Not to forget about the elements. Yet is a bad phrase, national and patriotic education. When, if not now? And again, I agree with Taras Topolia, who said that we cannot make planning for more than one calendar year. And for the teachers, it's not longer than one quarter and one semester or one trimester. We plan for September, October, we have the plan. Yet we are ready to be flexible, because anything can happen. And the city government does the same, local administrations and school administrations, everybody understands that. Therefore, this academic year is a year of challenge. Those children who are ready to come offline, we need to focus special attention on them. And of course, working with them to the extent possible. Of course, this is not immoral, of course. Andrea Schleifer mentioned the same.
Що будь-які зміни,
Any changes, they don't happen out of nothing. They happen because there is high time for that, in spite of our willingness. And indeed, we must use it as an opportunity to change the paradigm, as it was discussed in the beginning. UCAM has just completed the training for the teachers, which took place in Carpathians. An important component was the resource component. How did you feel the attitudes of the teachers? What are they talking about? What they discuss, first of all? Thank you, Alana. I would like to welcome everyone. Actually, we were close, next to Carpathian Mountains, in the pre-Carpathian area. Yet it was interesting experience. I'm a person who organized quite a lot of offline and online events. I really saw the difference between offline before the war, even before the war during COVID. I could visit offline events, and this offline event was actually different. It was special because teachers came to study. They have received a lot of knowledge from us. We have demonstrated quite a lot from what we have planned. Indeed, it was not just a training. This was something like a retreat, because they could just forget the urgent problems. They could talk to each other. Many of them wanted to speak out. They met each other. There were lots of embraces, and a lot of tears, a lot of smiles. It was an emotional splash, so people could feel it even in the Ivano-Frankivsk region, because I didn't feel the same emotion for quite a while, as I felt on this offline event. It was interesting as we devoted it to the two challenges when the world is on the verge of the challenge, strategy of adaptation, and we focus that event to the two challenges. The first one is war, a psychological strategy of psychological adaptation, helping teachers to help themselves in the stress. We are all people, we are all living through what is happening. Some people have better resilience. I don't know how to say in Ukrainian. Somebody has worse resilience. Some of them are emotional, others are less emotional. How to cope with that? How to go with that to children? How to communicate with children? How to communicate with IDPs? Especially it was urgent for the teachers who came from Central and Western Ukraine. Quite many new children await them and they're afraid of going to them. How to talk to children who have stayed on the temporary occupied territory? What to ask them? What we cannot do with them? Those are important things that were of interest to them. And it was important to have it discussed. And the other matters, whether we want it or not, but anyway, in any extent, even
Мені дуже сьогодні зімпонував перший спікер серед мерів, по-моєму, це був мер Тростянця, який сказав, ну, нам треба 5 мільйонів на те, щоб вікна дах, ну, а який сенс, якщо воно не працювало? Тобто треба відбудовувати так, щоб воно працювало. І це дуже є такий відомий принцип відбудови, він називається Building Back Better, який був вперше, якщо не помиляюся, використаний Білом Клінтоном ще до того, як він став президентом, коли він в складі комісії ООН вирішували, як відбудовувати Індонезію після цунамі. Так ось цей принцип полягає в тому, що відбудувати треба так, що якщо нова катастрофа прийде, відбудовувати знову треба було б менше, або взагалі не відбудовувати. От зараз в нас є унікальна можливість цей принцип використати. Є зруйновані інфраструктури, класи роз'їхалися тощо, тобто ми бачимо певну руйнацію. І зараз, от, продумуючи, як ми це будемо відбудовувати, як хард, стіни тощо, так і софт, зміст навчання, роль вчителя, тощо, це все відбудовуючи і осмислюючи заново, треба робити таким чином, щоб якщо знову, а в нас сусід божевільний станеться, тобто ми могли бути більш, ну це слово resilient, стійкими до тих негараздів, які можуть на нас чекати. Ну і я вважаю, що, я думаю, що після відбудови, от чесно, я вважаю, що у нас не потрібно, щоб було питання онлайн чи офлайн. Нам потрібно, щоб, незважаючи на те, що б не сталося, ми комфортно з тією ж самою якістю, отак, знаєте, качува, як качелька, онлайн, офлайн, щоб нам не було від того ані некомфортно, щоб і не втрачалась якість, тому що в обох формах є свої плюси-мінуси, і треба використовувати по максимуму все те, що ми вивчили за часи ковіду. І останній момент я хотіла згадати, що нам, як не дивно, нам ковід дуже-дуже допоміг в перші...
Хто б міг подумати, що ми колись будемо це говорити?
Так, тому що саме завдяки ковіду українська система освіти вже знайома була з дистанційним навчанням, і саме тому вчителі відновили навчання настільки швидко. Я буквально на 3-4 тиждень говорила з нашими партнерами з американського посольства, і вони були в шоці, що наші вчителі вже працюють, тому що завдяки тому досвіду, який ми отримали в ковіді, це могло і це відбулося. І саме тому цей принцип building back better, тобто відбудова так, щоб потім нам не було страшно. Ось він має тут застосовуватися по максимуму, щоб через будь-які негаразди діти мали можливість отримувати якісну освіту, щоб не ставалося, щоб там у нас за вікном не було. Чи новий ковід, чи нова революція, чи війна, тобто діти мають отримувати те, що вони мають отримати.
Дякую, Любо. Сьогодні насправді і під час першої, під час другої панелі, і ви вже неодноразово говорили про те, що ми не хочемо, аби школи лишалися тими сірими старими радянськими коробками, да, що зараз ми маємо подумати по-іншому про те, як відбудовувати школи. І чи варто, в принципі, відбудовувати старе, чи, можливо, є сенс будувати нове з новим змістом, з новими сенсами? Олено, до вас, як до директорки, питання. Що би ви, якби у вас зараз була можливість закласти в школу абсолютно новий зміст і змінити там те, що нам лишилося радянською спадщиною, що би ви в першу чергу зробили в своїй школі? Як би ви змінили підходи, стіни? От помрійте, давайте трішки помріємо. Наталя гарно сказала, що діти мріють, і це чудово. Я думаю, ми теж маємо мріяти попри війну. Олену не чути, вимкнений мікрофон. О, тепер
чутно?
Так, тепер чутно.
Ще раз повторюся, що мені, мабуть, повезло, тому що я мрію...
Maybe I was lucky because I dream through my life. Everybody who knows me, they say, well, you always have some unachievable objectives. And I respond them, then I then break it down into small objectives and we go together to achieve those objectives. Therefore, in our school, which was built 1954 and which is physically obsolete, and also it had for decades some not very good name as a prison of nations. I have a challenge as a prison of peoples. I had to overcome that. I'm grateful to my staff. They have heard my dreams and they have added my own dreams. And we have changed those walls for the last several years. We have changed the old doors into the transparent one. And this changed not only the doors, also the contents and the paradigm. We took part in different competitions, writing grant applications, and we have modernized our facilities. At the same time, we have added new content, the same classes of robotics. We have two directions of the sporting grounds, the class of physics, and the future ceramic shop. I am confident we shall have it at some point. Nowadays, I would like to return back to the first question. I believe that on the government level, regardless of whether it's a new school or a school of 1954, anyway, we need to introduce a project of safety school, a school with security guards and video surveillance, that we don't have to think about terrorist threat or any other threat to our children. It's necessary to think about insurance of teachers, those who go to teach offline because they don't have a choice, unlike the parents, where they study offline, they teach offline or online because they're responsible about their profession and they follow their heart and they fulfill their duty as citizens. Also, if this is a new school, there must be a free transition between online and offline. So every teacher must have the instrument, like a notebook or a tablet, and he or she must take a decision. If he or she must make the ceramics, or maybe he should do online education. The teacher must have all the instruments, and this is a choice of the teacher, how to teach a particular topic. Also, security, a safe school, insurance. Indeed, the teachers will have a choice, and they will think just of their own development, professional development. How, with the help of development of themselves, they make their activity better, and they improve quality of education as well. I'm convinced, I was convinced more than once, then actually the school depends on the team. What is the director of that school and what is the team of that school? When I was asked of the advice, could you please advise the first teacher for the kid in the first grade? I always said, well, I would recommend a good director of the school who can make changes because he will always have a good team. And for sure, he will have good teachers in the primary school. I would like to thank you for making changes in your school. I know quite many wonderful directors in Ukraine who do not expect any instructions from the top and make changes on their own. And we all believe, maybe not this academic year, but probably the next one, all of your dreams will come true. The dreams of all the directors who dream accordingly, and they're not afraid of their wishes and dreams. To all those who listen to us, I would like to remind that in the end, we shall have 10 to 15 minutes for Q&A. We shall be happy to hear your questions, to read your questions on the chat. And another topic, this will be about everyone. I would like every speaker to express their opinion. If before the full-scale war, we would say that the reform must be gradual, all the good reforms that were implemented, like decentralization, medical reform, education reform. If you would say that it must be the gradual reform, it's not possible to jump several steps ahead. Now we speak about the quant, the leapfrog we need to do for the sake of children, because we don't have time to move in a well-balanced way. So we shall become new educational miracle of the world, and we shall demonstrate the country could get rid of the Soviet propaganda and move forward with leapfrogs, or it will take several generations to remove that. What is important to change in the education that we have that leapfrog? Maybe the three things from each of us that we need to change today, that our education becomes different in 1 to 10 years in the long run. Taras, could you please start from you? Yes, I'm with you. I discussed that long time ago, and I continue saying that in spite of the war, we need the spirit of competition in the best sense. If I would decide how to develop school education, everybody is focusing on university education, and this is right. Yet my focus, maybe because I'm the father of small kids, my focus is on school education and preschool education. If to speak of school education, starting from 7th grade, I would start paying children the money, to pay money for their success. And together with specialists, I would have developed a formula to calculate the success coefficient. Also, coefficient of successfulness of the class, or school, or gymnasium, or lyceum, and then I would also involve the large business, also the government funds, that by earning that score, every student personally at the school as a community of school children could swap them for particular things like services, and those things and services would become the additional motivation for education, because people are selfish and they are competitive. People are prone to competition. I remember this from my childhood. I did not cheat myself. I always studied better when I had some good awards for that. Such a system would give an opportunity to teach the children from childhood that achievement of particular objective, not some imaginable one, that at some point in the future this knowledge will be of help. Some particular objectives will give them the skills in their real life, which is really competitive, when it depends from your work if you achieve what you want. Please imagine that we have a platform with a scoring system. This must be personalized. Some people are involved in volunteer activities. Some people are good in mathematics, creativity, or sports. This must be added and taken into some rating, into some coefficient of score every quarter or in some period of education. The kid should have an opportunity to transform a success in education into particular things and services, and the class as a community as well will have an opportunity to transform their success into some creations of the seaside. Moreover, I would make a general Ukrainian rating with that coefficient. Within that rating, I would make a competition, the battle between classes and schools that would become an alternative to the Olympiads, of course not replacing them. Olympiads, school Olympiads. I apologize. We have to release those who are in Chernihiv, because in Chernihiv there is the air alarm, the reality of our today's life. We would like to continue that discussion. I don't know. From the studio, could you tell me that we can continue communication, releasing those from Chernihiv, or due to technical matters, we cannot finish? We can finish till 15:30, just releasing the people who are in Chernihiv. It's good that there were no air alarms during the day. I would like to thank those from Chernihiv. So, Elena, safety first. I would like to thank for participation, and we shall release you. I request Taras to continue, and all the speakers will say the same briefly. I would like to thank those who have joined us. Secondly, that only every 2 weeks or every month there must be the visits to the companies or to the fields, agricultural fields or other places, where they could see directly that how the grain is growing and so on, and how the real sector of the economy operates. This is very important. And the third one, I would compel on the government level every quarter to have 1 day off for all employees of the public sector and private sector. The same as vacations, that parents should have spent together with children at schools, and would add into the school curriculum some joint activities. I would have approved them on the national level that no mother, no father would get away from it. They have official day off. They must come and stay with children at school. And parental meetings in the format of the round tables with children, parents discussing what is the objective, what are the problems, and how they can achieve the jointly. Because that format of parental meetings, where I was present for quite a long period of time, is not efficient. And of course, financial side of all that. Of course, we need to raise salaries of teachers. We need to give social protection. My mother is a teacher. I know that teachers have reinforced vacations because this is a big emotional stress, and burnout is quite strong in the children group, because this is great responsibility. It must be compensated financially and also compensated as social bonuses and so on. Thank you, Taras. You have proposed very good things. I know that in many private institutions, in the network of English language schools, Green Country, they make they earn the currency, the school currency. This is the greatest motivation, because they can buy various things in the store and they queue up for it. Of course, this must be discussed. I don't know if it is realistic to implement on the government level and get very interesting ideas. So, Natalia, what three things would you could have implemented that Ukraine becomes a new educational miracle? Difficult to speak of the miracle. Now we have a chance. This is philosophical notion that there is a certain chance which comes true or does not come true. Once in a life or twice in a life. Ukraine is now on the global scene. We pay a high price for it. And yet we are in the lights. We are in the center of attention. And we are the brand. I don't like that word, but in this case, I believe this is suitable. We are now the brand. And we, as you rightfully say, we need to use the chance and that moment. It's a question whether it becomes a success. Without thinking for a long time of it, the first change is on the organizational level. During the quarantine education, there were schools that have rejected the classroom system in favor of individualized, in the dynamic group, different age groups, the nucleus groups. There are some examples which can be used. Regardless, instead of the class system. The second moment is very practical. What was I inspired with when I thought of it? I find in the social grids the messages of Ukrainians who stay abroad. And they are excited about the DIA platform, the Ukrainian platform DIA, our Ukrainian things that operate quite well. And I thought, why not to create in education something like DIA by bringing together our education initiatives? Because we have quite many unique projects. Ukrainian school online, classes for IDPs, courses from Osvitoria, European Center, University, quite many initiatives. I'm confident that Ukrainian case like the DIA platform could become an example to be followed by other sectors. This is the practical thing. And the third one, this is more about senses of education, because it's worthwhile to think of restoring the physical space, also senses in the same way. Now that the traces of Soviet heritage have disappeared from the textbooks. Now, as teachers, we should not allow those bad taste, formalism, lack of professionalism, unnecessary bureaucracy to emerge into education. Every change in the curricula, its organization, should go through the filters of common sense, practical direction, national justice. Maybe this sounds pathetic, yet I believe that the teachers are the architects of the future. So the integrity and flexibility and resilience, whether it becomes flexible and strong at the same time, that architecture of education, whether it is useful, whether it will have the opportunity of being open, to absorb something, also to give it back. It depends on each of us, and every of us. Therefore, I believe that one should start from it. This is sufficient for the beginning, and then we shall see. So, Luba, what do you think about this? What are the three things? I don't know whether one should start from it, but I would focus on three things I would like to change in Ukrainian system of education. The first one is changing the hierarchy which does exist in the system of education. So we have schools as buildings, and we have students. We speak of contents, the values, competencies, and so on. And there is a system of management in education, which did not change from Soviet times, which is very rigid, and this is unchanged. Perception of them by teachers has never changed. Whatever we say that methodology service must help teachers, must support the teachers. Anyway, the Department of Methodology Service is perceived as an institution that gives instructions, and by those recommendations they check whether it was done or not done. I believe this must be destroyed. Second one, to give autonomy to the school. The schools are capable of being autonomous. They did not restore education due to the Department of Education. Schools did it locally as well as teachers. The schools can be autonomous. They may take decisions independently. They can take decisions on their own. Of course, within some framework. There must be expected results of education, what schools should aspire for. Yet the schools must have the opportunity to take decisions which are about their educational ideas. Every school must have the idea how to provide top quality education. As Taras said before, to add the competition. I would add the competition to schools and children. And another thing I've been thinking for a while, it was in a Finnish school. There was an experiment when they have canceled from the subject and switched to topic, to study the topic, not the subject. I believe it's much more interesting to take some topic rather than a subject and reviewing from various perspectives and to demonstrate how various subjects like language, history, linguistics, history, chemistry, physics would come together in one topic. I believe such experiments would be good. No one prohibits doing so. Nobody prohibits and nobody does. And another thing, when I spoke to teachers about future of education with both groups, we have built a cloud of words, how they would characterize ideal education. Those clouds were identical, nearly identical in both groups. And what they plan to do specifically with specific decisions, there were issues. It's hard for teachers to think what to do specifically, mainly because they did not prepare to think of the concept, or maybe we are used to having decisions from the top, and we stop generating decisions from the grassroots. I believe schools and teachers must be pushed, that they give their own ideas to the top. They must understand they will not be punished for that. Responsibility and punishment are different things. Yes, I'm doing this, I'm responsible for my project, and yet if something goes wrong, I don't have to be punished for it. I have to analyze, collect the feedback, understand what is wrong, and go forward. This is the same as making mistakes during studies. Arthur, what are your top 3 things that need to be changed or implemented? First, I cannot help saying about the system of motivation or bonuses. We have a successful case. Giving some score, and there was a cup transferred in Hogwarts, a school described by John Rowling. This is a good motivation system. The first advice is academic freedom of the teacher. Let the methodology services give not the recommendations, but maybe some teachers, some tickets to theater or the concerts of Ukrainian performers, because the teacher will reload himself or herself and come fresh to the students and continue the educational process. Within that academic liberty, we are all motivated when a teacher finds new approaches to teaching particular material. I believe this must be encouraged, and the teacher must experiment, try to work more in that direction. And within that first point, I would speak of 4-day week for a teacher. When the teacher works for 4 days, and on one day, and still will be paid, and one day can be focused on his own development, going for sports, going to read the books in the library, to hear some to listen to some lecture, or self-development. The second one, opportunity for 5th to 11th grade children to choose new subjects. They must be offered something new. I believe that, honestly speaking, what I would make first, if I had the authority, is to introduce mandatory course of media literacy from 5th to 11th, or from 1st to 11th, because we have quite a lot of materials every day. Children must tell the difference, analyze, discuss it with teachers during the class. Maybe to study the history of Ukrainian army. We all speak of the Ukrainian army. We know the names of the heroes. Yet we know little of what happened to the military before. It is important also to discuss that. And such subjects like urbanistics. We live in the cities, villages, townships. It would be important for children. The children will understand that the school is not some old and Soviet-based. But now this is something we can find around us. Thirdly, I would speak of social activity. We spoke today that school is not just a building with a structure, with some new format or the old format. I believe that we need to say that we study not only in the classroom. We can make a field trip, social communication, social facilities, volunteer organizations, to find out that if we can gain the knowledge outside of the school, staying not in the format of 45 minutes during the class. That social activity, volunteer component, half of the country are the volunteers. And we have to tell the children where does it come from, how to organize this willingness, turning them into specific actions, starting from oneself. And the teacher starts to understand that unless they stay 9 to 5, there are also quite a number of projects they can involve and realize if 100% the teacher and the students will get involved with social activity. Indeed, we shall take for quotations all the 3 panels. What we have discussed today is very important. I would like to thank everyone who took part from the entire team of SAVED to our 3 discussions. Obviously, the topics that we have started to discuss require deeper and greater discussion. And for us as a charitable foundation, it's important to be the site around which there is a discussion of topics and looking for decisions, looking for solutions will take place. Therefore, we shall see each other again, and we promise that similar events will be initiated, and we shall bring together the community, which has to do with creating education in Ukraine, including the teachers and the children and parents, donor agencies, city departments of education, mayors of the city, as we did today, because the topic of education surely is one of the priority and key topics from the perspective of the war. I would like to thank for the we have fit within the agenda that we have planned. If you have any questions, or if you would like with teachers or city mayors of our counterparts or donors to receive closer communication, to change the contact details, maybe someone had the ideas during our discussion, the ideas of cooperation. This was our key mission. Please write to us, and we shall make for you the introduction, and we believe that with common efforts we can both rebuild educational infrastructure for Ukraine and add new senses to it, make our children happy, because they will create the future of our country, and we shall do it along with them. I would like to thank everyone, dear friends. See you soon. We are confident that in 1 or 1.5 months we shall meet again. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to